Such a naughty man, truly. Good morning, good afternoon. Dare I say, and I do, good evening to you all. Hello. My name is Hastur. For the game today. Hello. Also known as Lockabar. Welcome. And yes, how are we, Mr. Muscup? So, what are we doing? So we are having a little go of... I really wish I could work out... My mouse scroll wheel is just not working for this. It used to, but I can't scroll wheel in and out. It is really a weird bug. Anyway, we'll deal with that later. So, we are playing some Atlas roleplay on the GGRP server. Very casual. It's myself and Saz, aka Miss Eden. We are just flummoxing around here and there. We're not full gung-ho with it all. But this is their season 1, which I believe is, I'm hopefully not speaking for them, but I believe it's like their tester season. Yeah, like they're just testing mods, they're testing settings, they're testing the server, all that type of stuff, right? So this isn't like their full season at the moment. Atlas, at last. Dar, hello. Hi. Indeed. So, yeah. So we're very casual. I can't stress this enough. Me and Saz are just playing this very casually because I don't, like I was saying to Saz, I didn't want us to go gung-ho on a season that they're just testing for it to just be like, all right, well, we're wiping it real soon, you know, like, you know how it works, basically. So I was in the mood enough to check it out. But yeah, young Hastur, right? What the heck? You got a whole little town? I mean, look, Saz is building. Give Saz a hot second. Saz has only just begun. So I do the usual. I collect some resources. You don't think you were coming back to this game every game? I mean, I never said I was never coming back to the game, but I did say, and I do fully stand by, and I've said this many a time, the allure of Atlas as a game, and I think this is the big point I make. The game itself, Atlas as a game, doesn't really do anything for me anymore, right? Like the building, gathering, the jank, whatever. I just don't honestly care about the game in that way anymore. Yes, the sailing on a boat's beautiful. That's great in the water. But outside of that, the survival building mechanics are whatever to me, right? And I've gone on the record saying I would rather play Ark Ascendant, right? Like I enjoy Ark Ascendant as a game, but what I do enjoy about Atlas, and like any game like this, is the communities, like the role playing, the meeting people, right? That is where it's at, and so long as there's decent abilities to role play and interact with people, yeah, I'll role play on any game, right? But yeah, as a game, yeah, Atlas doesn't. As a survival building game, there are a lot better ones out there now, right? That I would rather spend my time and energy on. So we'll get that out of the way, right? TLDR, don't really give a shit about Atlas, but I do still enjoy role playing, and I still enjoy role playing in these games, right? I think if Saz probably wasn't rocking around with me like building and we we're just vibing here and there, I mean, I probably wouldn't be. Right? I'd probably be like, yeah, no, I'm good for the moment. Probably do some role playing, some other stuff, but yeah, she's right. But anyway, welcome to Yam Corp. Yes, there we go. You have Windrose. I mean, yet again, yeah, there's just, in terms of building and survival games and exploration games, we are now privileged to have a lot of really good ones, right? Yeah, I mean, we all know where I'm at with that. Like, we have a lot of different titles of those genre of which are really good in building and exploration, and a lot of them do have some decent modding and ability to roleplay in, right? But for me, as I said, I mean, I'm more of an Ark player. I love my robots and dinosaurs, yeah. Plus, also the mechanics are smoother now in a scene with Ark. The mods stuff for Ark are better, right? Like, but the people that you meet, you know, that's the gold, right? TLDR, I wouldn't play this as a normal game. I would only play this as modded roleplay. Right, right. That's the only time you'll see me play Atlas is modded roleplay. I think that goes for most people these days, right? So I don't know where this says. Let's fuck it. I'll show you anyway. But this is Saz. She just whipped this up yesterday. It's not finished or anything remotely, but this is the idea. So generally what we do is, for those that know with Yamcorp, honestly, every season of anything we play, we just try to come up with an inspirational vibe of something. And then Saz just generally goes, all right, fucking, I am going to come up with some ideas. I tend to just, you know, play as Hastur and, I don't know, do stuff. Cook and brew and talk to people. And we go from there, right? So it's why it works so well, because between us and, say, Sim with Dr. Des, we have the ability to just do these things at our leisure without any form of, oh my God, we've got to be doing this, you know, every day, day in. You know, we just casually do stuff as we do. But yeah, that's the skill. I won't go on the inside yet because I'm sure she'll kill me because she probably hasn't decorated or hasn't even begun the inside and all that. But yeah. So that's the idea. So as I said, don't expect that I'll be, you know, streaming every single time Atlas roleplay, because I won't be. Hell, I'm not even playing on the server every single day or anything. Gone are the days of 7 days a week, 10 plus hours a day, but I do enjoy a potter. And we have got our little kind of kitchen type thing. People can pop over. Not finished or anything, but it's all nice and serviceable. Got a few vegetables. Now, as people know, I'm usually a very firm believer in, I'm a very minimalistic type of player with our company, and especially, which means I am a firm believer in not doing everything yourself. I think that's boring, and I think it reduces the amount of opportunities you have to roleplay with others as a company, which means tying your hands when you don't need to about things. Like we could grow everything. We could, in fact, the seeds in this, it looks like you actually aren't even biome specific, and so you literally can grow almost everything yourself in any climate. Resource rates are through the roof. I believe that's because they're just testing the waters. I hope for God that is the case, because they are way, way, way high. So getting resources is easy as shit. And the skill points at the moment are, I guess, for testing, because you literally can get a whole bunch of all the different skill trees. So you can basically kind of do some shipwriting while building, while being a master chef, while being a master animal trader, while being this, which means, yet again, it does mean that companies, even small companies, can literally do a lot of stuff themselves, which yet again does bring down a bit of the whole trade and, you know, kind of civilian RP stuff. So we are firm believers in tying our own hands, as in, even though we can do all the things that we need to, I usually try to make it, much to the chagrin sometimes of Yamcorp staff members throughout the seasons, I try to dial back what we do, right? So that it promotes us to go out and trade with other people, to get stuff off other people. Because yet again, without that, to me, I get bored, right? Like I personally just get very bored, and then I'm just like, well, what am I doing this all for? If we can just do everything, it's redundant to me. So, yeah, so that's where it's at. So just testing, but in saying that, I'm testing the kind of systems at the moment, seeing what kind of fruit veg happens. So we have actually put in one plot of each of the vegetables that we had. So I just wanted to see how quick fertilizer time goes in. I wrote down, I checked out some recipes. So another thing I tend to do, for those that don't know, Hastur, he usually plays a master brewer, master chef on most games of some manner. But usually what we do is we try to pick a few recipes, like a couple of old faithful recipes, like ones like the manticore nipple and things like that, which we it's a staple, right? Will always be. But then try to pick a couple of food things. So we have found, yet again, TLDR, trying to make sure that we don't make everything, right? So there's no brewing stations or anything in this one, which is a shame. Yet again, those that know me, I love slower paced things. I like slower gardening times. I like slower brewing and cooking times. I like multiple benches for that type of thing. I like the idea of, very Worm Online-y, I like the idea of putting stuff into a brewing barrel and it takes days for it to turn into X amount of alcohol that you can put into jars or something, right? Like, I think it adds weight and worth to those commodities. Because if you have a certain worth and time invested in commodities, whatever they may be, and services, yet again, I think that promotes the weight of it when interacting with others as a service that you or your company can offer another person or company. So, one thing I really like, lots of recipes, ridiculous amount of recipes, which is great. It's split into, so the skill systems, there's no books or anything like Darkside. It's just they've got their own modded GGG stuff, and then there's all the different skill trees. You've got alchemizing, so that's an interesting one. Rather than kind of like grinders or anything like that, it's literally this alchemizing table, which is a mixture of the forge and kind of the grinder, and that lets you do your preservatives, your gunpowders, ingots, as well as potions. I know Dr. Des always loves a good fucking potions. So that's cool. Animal handling, yeah, it's good that riding's just in its own tier. No one, like, you don't want to have to tame animals while just being able to ride them. So there's that. You can see everything mainly costs 1, and then it costs 5 for the mastery. For me personally, when they go ahead with the season 2, I hope they get some feedback that I still feel that. So what I've always said, even for solo, I feel what you should be able to do as a player is to be able to have at least one weapon of choice, a melee weapon, right? One firearm of choice, right? I feel those are 2 skills that every player should be able to have the points to always invest in, right? Then whatever, usually, look, real talk, usually whatever type of survival type of skills. Now they've divided vitamin depletion, reduction, moving, and swimming into 3. Real talk, the vitamin system is stupid in Atlas, plain and simple, and I personally would just make that all players just get rank 3 for 0 right off the start. Right, real talk. I feel there's no bad thing about making it that the vitamins just become almost non-existent, right? Like, I think all players should have that for free. I don't think that should have points spent into, right? The stealth and the swimming, sure, but the vitamin thing, nah. Or if you could even separate just simply the vitamin and the overeating, right? Separate it from temperature fortitude and just have that as a freebie. Max level, right? Max level 3, what's that? Yeah, just so 30% overeating and 30% vitamin depletion. So that's what I'd personally do. I'd just scrap that and make it free for everyone. So yeah, a melee weapon, a firearm, I think every player should be able to do. And then I think they should have the abilities to make basic whatevers, right? Whatever the basic stuff is, like some basic grinding, some basic tools and equipment that aren't really specialized. I feel players should be able to do that. Obviously, players need to be able to, at a bare minimum, build some basic housing and furniture, and bits and pieces. So they're going to need enough points for that. And then probably even, of course, a couple of points if they choose to, like to a bit of gardening, bit of feeding for themselves and so on. Where I would do, though, is I would still then work out the basic levels, which everyone should be able to get bit by bit for most things. Have enough surplus points that people can usually get, like riding to at least 2 or 3 as a solo. Get their weapon skills kind of like pretty high up as well. Get a bit of cooking, a bit of that. But I would definitely have it that any form of specialization is a lot, and make it so that really a player, if they go specializing, I mean, personally, I'd just have it, they can only specialize in one thing. You are specialized in, sea building mastery, right? You can specialize in tailoring. I would personally make it that the specialization aspect is definitely just a, that's it. You get one personally per player, right? I don't think you should be specialized in 3 or 4 different things. That's just bizarre. And yet again, it would make it so at least, and even make it so the tier 1s only cost X amount, tier 2 costs, a chunk, and then tier 3 is a heavy investment, and then master is a very, very full investment. So that way, if someone says, I'm a master tailorer, they are, right? Like they've chosen as their role play, and what they do is to focus on making shit that a lot of other people might not be able to, right? And I think the argument's like, yeah, but what if I can't meet anyone that does that? I want all the good stuff. So, well, tough in a way. Like if, I've said this many a time, if you're on a roleplay server with people and either time zone wise or just the server itself doesn't have the people around to do that, you may as well play single player, right? At that point, there's no point playing, in my opinion, on a RP server if you aren't able to find the services and people to do so. Shops alleviate it. If the game has modded shops, which at least the people can put stuff up for sale, that at least alleviates some of the issues of time zones. But people aren't online to interact with. That's cool, but they have got their shop that's selling the fancy armor, right? So it reduces the need that people think they have to do everything. And yet again, I know the argument for some people like, but I want to do everything. And my counter is that's tough. My counter, that's tough in a roleplay scenario, right? If you want to do everything, play single player. But if you're in a roleplay server with other people and the game has got specializations, you've got to make the specializations worth it to the players, right? There's got to be a reason. And I mean, real talk, the big companies are going to still get enough people that they're going to be specializing in everything, right? And that's where then time and resource costs needs to be kick in, because then you need to make it so that, yet again, it's not struggle street, but there's effort involved in the production. So, one company doesn't just rule them all in one particular field or anything like that. So, yeah, the skill system, but they've got quite a few options here. There seems to be pretty cool mods, good bit of variety here. So, I haven't checked out the full type thing. Most of it's pretty standard. Obviously, the cooking one was for me important. So, baking, brewing, grilling. So, I mean, personally, I feel that if I was going to be all in all aspects of that, right? I mean, personally, I like the idea of the level threes being kind of the mastery of that specialization, and then the final ones, the be all end all, right? Um, I think they should be heavy investments, and so for example, if I was like I am a master brewer and a master chef, if I went all three of these and then wanted that, I feel I shouldn't have much points left. Like maybe I would just have enough points to do a smidge of farming, a bit of weaponry, some survival, and that's it. And I'd be fine with that because I have decided that I want to be a master chef, brewer, and baker, right? I'm not a fighter. I don't build ships. I don't tame animals. I don't forge very impressive weaponry or cannons and that, right? Because I've spent, I don't know, all my time honing my art as a fucking chef, brewer, and baker. So I feel these things should be impactful. I've always felt that way. There is a lot of food and drink. And as I said, I would love to see, modded wise, I'd love to see a particular baking ovens back that take time to bake. Same with brewing barrels and everything that take time to brew the alcohol. And the grilling station's fine, right? But yet again, I did like the dark side thing of the chopping, if they were, fixed and all that. But things like the chopping boards and bits and pieces, I think busy work is good for trades. I think you could really do that with blacksmithing and that too. You could have actually multiple stations that you've got to forge on, and then at the anvil, right, you've got to temper and quash it. You know what I mean? Like if you give the players busy work, yet again, when they go to make stuff, they don't just quickly run up to a thing, queue up 100 items and run off and go, I'm a master blacksmith, right? What they're going to do is they're going to spend a lot of their time at their forge, which to me promotes the roleplay of it, right? And yet again, I know there's plenty of people that literally hate that idea because they do want to just go, I am the master chef, I am the master blacksmith, and all they want to do is queue up 100 items and run off to adventures, right? And not do any busy work. But to me almost it's just fail RP at that point. But if the game mechanics and the servers let it happen, then that's what you get, right? But then what you get in turn, let's harvest some fruit. What you get in turn then is you get people then go, oh, no one's going to trade with us. Why don't people trade with us? Why isn't this happening? Why isn't this happening? It's because you've got too much shit. You've all got mega farms. You've all churning out 5,000 swords. You've all churning out 100 billion cannonballs. What's the incentive, right? And especially if roleplay isn't given much, which it isn't in some case. Not calling it out, but also am. In some cases, sometimes the roleplay is minimal. So it's like, yeah, we have everything. All right. So obviously you're going to sell the dream with roleplay, aren't you? Not really. We're just going to go, yeah. Do you want 10,000 tomatoes? To tell me about tomatoes. I don't know. Like we put in another 100 crop plots this morning. Excellent. The best of roleplay. So these are things I feel anyway are important on roleplay servers for things like this. Now I did actually plant these, so we got cherries. So we are going to harvest this. So I have planted, one of each thing just to see what the trees look like and everything. And I'm already loving the cherry trees. So yeah, I've tried my best. So how many are we getting? We're getting like per plot, 16 and that. And we haven't spec'd into any form of gathering rates. I firmly believe that you can use a shovel to increase the yields and growth time or something. I feel that should be mandatory. Like it shouldn't even be an optional. It's like you have to, same thing with gardening, right? To make it so crops have values, you got to make some way so that players don't just have the ability to put in 100 crop plots and then can sit back and these things grow every half an hour to be harvested, right? You want to make it that the amount of fertilizer and bits and pieces means that if you're going to have a mega farm, you need a dedicated farmer or two that literally are going to spend a lot of their role play tending the farms. And the yield, you can't have the yield too quick, right? Like we've been in servers where literally this shit grows every 20 minutes, like once it's ready, like you can be harvesting, 30, 40 vegetables every 20 minutes. And the next thing you've just got barrels of literally 10,000 of each produce, right? And then people are like, do you want to trade for some potatoes? No, I've already got 50,000 of them, right? Like that shouldn't happen. So, things like that. I for me, yet again, these things are important to me. I know for a lot of servers this isn't important. A focus is on ships and bloody ships and I get it, but for me, civilian trade life is very important. And I think a few hindrances and a few slowing down of things would actually be more benefit in the long time for the roleplay aspect of it. No, it's not going to benefit the people that want a glut of resources. But yet again, I just don't feel people should have a glut of resources without putting any RP or time investment in it at all. Ahoy, sailor! Dar, how are you, Silver? Was talking about my thoughts on roleplay servers and what I personally feel about settings, and I was just talking about how I'm a firm believer in slowing pacing down and making it so there's more specialization for players and that people need to spend more time on their actual professions, That's what I feel anyway. But like I usually say, also as a secondary thing, people that run servers can run them however the fuck they want. Right? Like, I mean, it's up to me to decide whether I like settings or not. But I think you can offer, in the hopeful, constructive opinion about things. But yeah, for me, for just from cooking and farming anyway, as I said, at a bare minimum for cooking, I would make it that things are slowed down, that cook times take longer to cook. There are multiple stations to do so, and some preparation of different things to do so as well. And then for farming, as I said, I would make it that you have to use the shovel on the crops, and that the crops just take more micromanagement. They take some level of management of a farmer role-playing it. So that way, at least, as I said, if you're going to have a mega farm, then you've got to spend a fuckload of time. You got to have players that are willing to be farmers, dedicated farmers. And I feel a lot of companies would not have a mega farm if that was the case, right? And I think that's excellent, right? Because that'd be good then, because then you would have the people role-playing as farmers. You would actually have people go to them, right? And then they would have to think how many options they give out, which in turn gives to the chefs, which means they have to think about what their foods they're going to be mainly focusing on, and they've got to feed their company. But then the ones that say selling food and drinks, they've got to think about various legit. I think it's good. It gives the player things to do, to think about. And the only people that get hurt by it, that don't like it, as I said, the people in my opinion that just want it all. They just want it all very quickly, very easily. And as I said, but I definitely would love brewing. I would love brewing to be, as I said, like worm, like it takes time. You actually get your distillation. I do like the idea of distilling for spirits and the brewing casks and that for the ales, but they take time. Like literally a good actual full day, RL day or something. They've got to sit in the cask and mature, and you get enough out of. So that way, when you do some batches of them, it means something yet again. You know, oh, you brew shit. You know, it's like it's old Brad and Hastur's talking about, you know, doing your specific brews. You know, which means there'd be more options for other breweries as well. Oh, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things. The other thing downside, of course, with Atlas is it is gimped by the fact its modding capability is pretty fucked now. Like, I mean, well, it is what it is, right? It hasn't got too much new abilities for modders. You know, the engine is what it is, and the settings are what they are. So there is still only X amount that you can do. And even some of the suggestions I made, I don't know whether or not those suggestions, any of them, can be implemented. I'm not a modder myself. Don't presume so. So we did get some vegetables though. What do we get? Look at this. So we got 24 greens. Let's have a look here. So for me, I was going to go with the dragon's tongue for the manticle nipple, of course, and the dark draft, and make a version of you know, manticle nipple Lux. Because the Navy literally told Hastur that is pretty much like totally illegal. So like instantly Hastur was like, that's the one I'm going to do. And absinthe. Absinthe and ale. Ale because we always like a good beer. And absinthe because it's the green fey, which fits the Yamcorp thing. So like drinks wise, they would be the only ones we do. Like I wouldn't make anyone a whiskey or a vodka or anything, because that isn't what we do as our roleplay, right? For this one. So that's, and then we have the non-alcoholic limeade, because yet again it's green, right? It's Yamcorp. And then for food, of course, the fresh is best meaty pie. There's an Aussie pie, so that fits nicely with the fresh is best meaty pie. Check. Then we've got our, I can't believe it's fish and chips. You know, stare into the abyss. Fish and chips. Done. That's always the thing, because we're running like a fish and chip shop. Then we've got cod fritters. So just like basically mini flake bites. That's the way I look at them. And then English breakfast butty, basically. I just saw just a breakfast sandwich that fitted good with what we do. So like they're the only foods that I do, right? They are the only foods I will fuck around with. So let's have a look here. So I need, so for what's a case in point here? So for the Aussie pie, the Aussie pie needs, per pie, it's 5 onions, 5 cooked meat, 1 bone broth, 1 puff pastry, and 1 shortcut pastry. Okay. So onions wise, from that harvest, I got enough onions with no skill in picking them or anything like that. I got enough for 4 pies. Okay. And then the bone broth is bones, culinary herbs. So that's like thyme. We can get that off the island. 5 just meats and a water. Okay, that's fine. And then the puff pastry is butter, chicken eggs, cooking sugar, and flour. The butter is cream. Cream is milk. Dar, the milkman. Flour is wheat. Haven't found any wheat yet. And then our fish and chips is cooked fish, 10 peas. So we got 20. So we had enough to make 2 fish and chips. 1 pepper. So there's a discrepancy there. 5 salt. It's a weird one. I personally would say this too, right? Like if you're going to do the portions of ingredients, some of the recipes have this weird thing where it's like 4 of this thing and 2 of this thing or whatever. Just make them in units of 5, 10, 20 or something, right? Like if you're getting around 10 to 20 veg on a normal setting, right, then 10 would be fine, because that'd be enough for 2 of these things, or right? You know what I mean? Like having something just as one is just an odd thing. I'd just make it in increments of 5. 5, 10, 20, double it. Don't even go 15. Either 5, either 10 or 20, like for small, medium, and large meals or something like that, right? Like make it make sense with the recipes. For sure. Okay. So let's get the cheval. So because we live on an island that rains, usually the thing is with crop plots, even though it says not irrigated, once it rains and fills the water up, it usually won't use that much rain. Now, I mean, personally, if it was me and I was able to mod, what I would do is do that kind of Stardew Valley other type of game thing where simply at the start you've got to get a watering can and you've got to water them, right? And yes, the rain, the usual thing though, rain's fine. But you maybe make it that rain only goes so far, or that these use up X amount of water, right? But you make it so that there is a reason to get the watering can out, and actually that would create a reason and a thing for the gardeners to do, to get out and water their freaking garden, which would also mean if you've got a mega farm, yeah, look, sucks to be you, right? Like you chose the mega farm, get out there and water your 100 crops each day, rotation, right? That's a you problem, right? It's not an anyone else problem. But I think definitely doing that. And then, of course, later on, having it so that you can irrigate them, right? I mean, personally, I'd probably make it that something like, only the large crop plots can be irrigated, right? Something like that, make it so there's a reason to have a specialization in farming. In fact, as a specialization for farming, have large crop plots and have it that only they can be irrigated, right? Which would then mean that basically people would have to, water their own crops and that. So you can see here, right? Okay, so this is a good example. Now, I don't know if I'm right here, but how long was it ago that I was harvesting all this? Like what, 10 minutes ago? 15? I've been talking. What's 11:03 now? Right, that should not be a thing, right? Like this is why you've got mega farms. This is why, well, you don't even need mega farms, but this is why you've got companies, trade companies, with barrels of shitloads of food and produce and cooking 20 billion of everything food-wise, because you allow this stupid-ass growth so quickly of crops. That should not be the case, right? At all. Like, there should be hours. There should be hours of real time between crops, and the trade-off, the trade-in, right, is farmers that are specialised are able, which they have got the skill for it, right? So farming, right, you've got planting, fertiliser, medium plots, large crops, harvesting yield, shovel resource collection, soil growth bonus, right? That's cool, except for yet again, I'd make it that the large crop plots are actually in farming mastery. Shovel resource collection, I don't honestly know what that means. Like that's a weird one. I'm expecting what that means is when you use the shovel. No, I don't know. Right? Is like resource collection. So I guess that's for sand or something. If that's anything other than to do with farming, it should be moved into exploration or something, then that is pointless. I don't know though, right? So I won't, until I know exactly what that means, but that's just an odd shovel resource collections, unless you can get your food and produce with a shovel. That is weird. And then harvesting yield, right? So 10, 10, 10. So you get 30%. Yet again, you could do things with this to make it that farming's interactive of some level. Like I said, yeah, being able to speed up. So, for example, what you can do here, for those who don't know, you can go up here, see how it says harvest bonus, 0 of 3. If you use your shovel, you get a little mini game. That's 1 go at it. That's 2 go at it. See how it says +2? 3 at it, right? So now that when I harvest that, it'll get a bonus of, well, maybe that means 30%. I don't know what it actually means, to be honest. So for a start, what I would do is that it's compulsory to do this to get any crops. Right? Like, I mean, at a bare minimum, I'd somehow make it so that literally, you know, you can't get any crops if you don't use a shovel on it, right? Make it so it's something like, if you do, you do it 3 times, right? And even if you don't get any bonuses, you still will get your bare minimum, right? But it needs to be tilled 3 times, right? Successful or otherwise. So that, yet again, means that farmers have to do something as their role play, right? And like I said, most of this is just about making it so players actually do something as their role play activities, right? Just saying I'm a farmer and all you're actually doing is you plant some shit once and then you just run around every 15 minutes and press E. You know, that's... Unless you're literally full and mad respect to the few people that do, full on going about your crops and what you planted and where they come from, and you engage people in meticulous conversations, which a majority of people do not. They'll just tell you that they've got 50,000 tomatoes sitting there if you want some, right? Usually the level of roleplay is minimal at best. So, yet again, it's just my observational thoughts here about just things that can be done to make a lot of these activities more interactive and ergo add weight to being a thing of roleplay, profession-wise or whatever. And I know there's definitely 2 camps, 100%. There's the people that go, fuck that, I want all the things and I do not want to have to do anything extra to get that reward out of it, right? And that's valid. But then there are the people that go, yeah, fuck yeah, like, you know, I want to commit to the piece. I want to role play as this specific thing. Yet again, the number of times you see blacksmiths and that, I mean, you know, oh, what do you do? I'm a blacksmith. Oh, I can make you some really cool, insert some sort of tool. Oh, no, I've already got, you know, this. I've already got that. I've already got 20 of them, you know. Make it so that people can't just make 20 of them quickly. I don't know. Make it so they used up a lot. Make them so they use more resources. I don't know. Make it so the only people that can repair them are people with a level of proficiency in blacksmithing, right? Make them break. Make them heavy. There you go. Make them break and make them heavy. So yet again, that means that the fucking blacksmiths have a purpose outside of the initial making a cupboard full of pickaxes for their company and then their job's done, right? They don't have to do shit anymore. And pretty much for most skill, that applies for almost everything, you know, that I'm talking about, right? Like almost every level of profession can be to most of it done in that manner. So yeah, if there was a dream roleplay kind of scenario like that, as I said, that is my dream completely, is to have it so that players, it's slowed down the pacing of it, and specialization is important. Like I said, you still want to make it so that solo players can still enjoy themselves, but as a person's done solo many a time as well, I can honestly say I've never expected that as a solo player I should have to be able to do all the things and not interact with other players on a roleplay server, right? Like, and that's also coming from someone that definitely is from a oceanic background, so I know the struggle of playing on servers of low, times with player count and that. And yet again, I don't expect, if literally it's that bad on a server, and it has been before, where I can't get anything done, I just stop playing on it, right? Like, I mean, I'll play on another server or something. For sure. I won't bash my head against a wall over it. Oh. This fucking vitamin system, right? I will say something though, big caveat. Oh, that's why, because cooked chicken's bloody pink. Ooh. I'm a firm believer, and I did like what Darkside did, and many other servers of its ilk do as well, which is just make the players max level. Let them. So this is my counterpoint, right? If it's like, well, like, if things are going to take a while, it's going to take me a while to grind up to that. And my general fix for that is just a simple, make it so players are max level when you make your character, right? Like, make it so they're max level, but as I said, make it that you can only specialize in one or two at the most things, and a smattering of the basics, right? And then let players get straight into their role play, right? Like, I'm totally on board with the concept of just instantly being max level, right? Particularly if the season isn't going to last long, right? Like, I mean, obviously it's very different if very different if it's a long season guaranteed, right? This season's going to go for 3 to 6 months, right? Oh, hell yeah, of course you can make it so people level up. But if honestly you know that your server's only going to be up for a month or two at the most, a couple of months, no one needs even accelerate. And if you're accelerating the XP, right, players can just kind of smash up levels quick, but just by simply grinding. So just remove the grind part. Like, there's nothing. I will concur. There's no value add to making players level up in a roleplay server like this, right? Like, it doesn't matter. You want players to get onto it. You want them to be able to pick their specializations, their profession, right? And get straight invested into it and start getting on with it, right? So that's my opinion there. As I said, more focus on specializations and making it so people can't just do everything, but max level them so they can get straight into the actual role play of their profession. That's one definite thing that I feel strongly about. Yes, and of course we all know how much I love micromanaging the vitamin system. Now, of course, the argument's as well, you're going to make better food and it'll be fine. You're right, but I mean, that just then that just band-aids a stupid system anyway. So The food system, the food system is purely for role play at that point. Did we balance it all out? I think we did, didn't we? But this is why I'd make it that it costs 0 and that every new player just instantly gets maximum overeating and vitamin depletion, right? Because yet again, there's no realm of reasoning, because it's not like, oh yeah, but then there'd be no reason for food. Well, there is, still to keep your food up, but you don't have to eat many meals a day, and then you can choose which food your character enjoys, right? At the end of the day, most of the foods don't offer buffs, so the only reason you're eating food is to which of the meters of the colors go up. And of course, the dream is having the 4-bar meal that just does all of them, right? So, yet again, that should be a thing. As a specialized chef, fully invested in it, they're good at all 3 fields of study. Their final thing, which costs a lot, should be the ability to make the 4 vitamin meals, a variety of them, right? But they cost a good chunk of resources to make, and more importantly, they take time and prep to make, right? So that they are not a common thing, but they're still a thing that specialized chefs can make, right? And yet again, I'm more being chef, farming chef focused, but same thing can be applied to any of the professions. And that's ready to harvest again. Yeah, so once you've got a crop plot in just one of each vegetable, and you have someone just sitting there just watching YouTube or something, yeah, you can, yeah. So this needs to be dramatically reduced if you're going to add any worth or merit to the food and farming kind of professions, roleplay wise. Otherwise, put it simply, it's a joke. It's not a joke at this point. And it's not just this server does. I can't stress enough here. This is a common thing, right? This is literally a common ass thing. And I honestly don't know if it can be changed. That's the devil's advocate here. I'm not going to call out just like servers doing it wrong. I don't even know if you can tinker with crop times. I mean, I would expect you can. I feel Ark you can tweak around with crop times. But we got a bonus of 3, so what do we get from this tomatoes for 3 bonus? 24. Actually, let's just not get a bonus and see what it gives us. $32, $26. Such an obscure numbers, truly. Another thing you could do, you could make it that when you harvest the fertilizer drain, you can make it so at least fertilizer drain is more, right? So you basically take a bag of fertilizer per growth cycle. That would at least alleviate a few things, because then there'd still be a focus on some busy work of making the fertilizer, right? And then making sure that, well, I mean, you could have a thing, right, where you basically, it needs to be, and that's the thing, right? You could have it so it needs to be fertilized to grow. So your farmer would come in, they'd pick their crops, and then they would have to, oh, you're running away. You would have to like fertilize your crop plots first, right? And then unless they're irrigated, you would need to then water your crop plots, right? And once those are done, then it grows, right? And it takes a time too. Like I said, hours, not 15 minutes or 10 minutes. It takes then hours for it to be ready again, right? Curious. So it's interesting to see how many, food and produce we have. I'm doing some science at the moment, right? The ads are going to do their thing. I do like the fruit, by the way. I do like the fruit. Fruit good. Oh, grain vegetable. It's like what is it? Is it vegetable? Is it grain? I don't know. What do we do? Let's go vegetable. Let's go grain. Fruit. Herb. Narcotic. Oh my. Oh, there's like greens vegetable. Oh shit. Yeah, of course. Shit, they're berries. Berries. Bloody berries. It's just meat, Tim. Get this rotten out of here. Meat. Cheeky bit of meat. Actually, won't do seed. And then, yeah, no, that's fine. So veg. So there is greens vegetables. I'll just separate them as it is. Separated, right? And then, I mean, not that it really mattered, but is that grain vegetable, right? Let's just do that one, just for the sake of it. So just grain veg. Cool. All right. Yeah. Dar. The only problem with this is all the fucking giraffes, and she'll grab that though, won't we? That's for sure. Fucking fertilizer. That's the only good thing. I guess the good thing is there's a lot of animals. Ergo, there's a lot of fertilizer. So, you know, Calais. Feces and vegetables. Mm. Let's go. Oops, all feces. Don't worry about. Oh, preserving salt. Yeah. Right. Do need some preserving and salts. Oh, a little pantry. That's a bit cute. A wine barrel. Oh, ho, ho. Delightful. All right. Right, there are things and stuff that we need to make and do. Yes. So this is this alchemizing station. So this is kind of a sort of forge / other things. Water jars, fantastic. 10 out of 10. We will need some water, that is for sure. Oh, very good. Okay, so you can make the... Yeah, all right, so you can do that in here. That's cool. Salt. All right, so grain vegetables. Yeah, cool. All right, well, that's good to know. So I need to bring some of that over. Intermediate. So does flint and salt. Yeah. Yeah, nice. All right, get a bit of preserve and salt kind of on the go. Yet again, preserving salt, you know, things like this, you can make it so it actually uses far more resources. And it takes longer to grind it down. Right? Just slows the pace down of the mass production of it. And then you make it so that better craftspeople have faster crafting. Right? Yet again, make the onus that a faster, a more proficient crafter is who you want to get to do your stuff for you. But if in a pinch you don't have access to that, you can do it, but it'll take a lot more resources and it will be far slower. Right? I think that'd be a fine thing, you know, like preserving salt takes a lot more resources and takes, you know, 10 times the amount of time to make per one. But yeah, like a decent craftsman or alchemist or something can reduce the resource cost down and craft it faster. Gives them a reason as to why they are the master of their trade, or mistress, whatever. Truly. At least we've got preserving salt. So we get that grain actually. So we do need some vegetable oil. Right. Yeah, so it's already grown, right? That's funny. That's funny. So the other weird thing too is like the water should, yeah. So I think that's what buggers up the cycle of this. Both the fertilizer and the water aren't being used up per growth cycle to the amount where you have to think about things like watering and fertilizer, right? Like yet again, if you made it that literally a full growth cycle requires a chunk of water, not all, because you want to make sure that just for whatever reason a player can't quite get there in time, whatever. You don't want to make it so crops just die, but you want to make it so maybe a full thing of water just does 2 growth cycles. You have one backup, right? And then fertilizer, yeah, maybe you could do the same, but yeah, I think the numbers are just out. And yet again, can't stress enough. This is just in general, servers wide, right? This isn't just one particular server or anything. It's just in general. But yeah, you've got to make it so there's a reason water's used, right? Like, I mean, what's the point of irrigating if you like? It's raining. Well, it's just constantly going to be irrigated now, right? Like, I'll never have to think about water again. So if you don't have to think about water again, ergo, what is the mechanic even needed, right? Like, what's so you make it so that they do use almost a full thing of water. So on a bit like Stardew, right? On the day where it's raining, you go, yeah, sweet, I get a freebie day of don't have to do my watering. But on most days, you do need to go get water, right? And yeah, again, the argument's like, well, what if I live in a desert? I mean, I think that's self-explanatory what the general answer should be of that then. You probably shouldn't expect to be growing a lot of crops that need water. That's what you shouldn't be doing in any shape or form. Wells, things like that. If you notice, most of my conversation in no way devolves into talking about what one could do for the combat and sailing and all that aspect of the game, because I don't do any of that. That's not my purview. I am not, nor do I think I have any level of commentary on anything like that. That is out of my purview. That is for sure. That is for sure. All my purview is trading and commerce and PVE stuff and things like that, right? And in particular, crafting, and in particular, like cooking and farming and contraband, right? They're my specialties that I can at least talk to people with vim and vigor about. Yeah. But yeah, PvP and shit. I don't even begin to entertain what the state of those aspects of the game are. Okay. So, what can we make? Can we make any of our drink? Well, no, we need barley, don't we? Don't we? We need barley. And we need corn. Oh, so close. Oh, shit, we could have made manticore apple. We needed corn. Okay, let's do some bone broth. Bone, herbs, and meat. Bone, herbs, and meat. I'm gonna need irrigation, that's for sure. Oh. Males. Drinks. Mesk. Bo, how are we? How's your stream, matey? Hello, hello. How'd you go? I saw you, what you're doing, taming rhinos and that, weren't you? With your Oliphant. How are we, everyone? How are you all? I've just been waxing lyrically about all the various changes I would do on a server in regards to specialization of skills and times on crafting and gathering and bits and pieces. That's what I've been doing while cooking a bit of food. Well, hopefully soon anyway. Wolfie, hello. Hello, hello. Hope you've enjoyed your time with Bo. Is Bo having a nice, well-deserved little break, are you? Bit of you time? Indeed, Silver. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. Just having a little potter around, just checking out what the different mods have and bits and pieces. Spent 2 hours hunting rhinos, tamed a low level, got it killed, and found a high level sitting on the beach ready to be claimed. That seems like the way, right? That seems like the way, truly. Truly. Plus the bear. Oh my god. I love it. Tattles. Ah. Delightful. Well, I'm glad you got one. I'm glad you got one in the end, right? Dar Aussie pie. Wait, what was the other one we were doing? Oh, it was baked, was it? Maybe. I don't know. Bo's your bossman in game. Love it. I mean, you're not going to go wrong. Not going to go wrong with Bo as the bossman, right? Just sorting out a few of my bits and pieces that I make for us here at Yamcorp. Yeah, you know, bossman. Yeah. How you're finding it anyway? You seem to all be enjoying yourselves, yeah? You all enjoying it? Nice to have a bit of hot Atlas action, right? Where are you? There you are. Mascot who sleeps a lot, dick. Bit of a chaos company. I mean, I would expect it would be, right? I would expect it would be. Gotta have a standard coffee as a drink though, right? Truly. Done. All right. Yeah, no. Yeah, we're just, me and Saz are just pottering. We're just playing around. Saz is potting around with some ideas, just building wise. I'm just checking out the mods and having to play around, just kind of seeing the general idea, and just so I've got a bit of feedback and that for, you know, a season 2 of this. But we're not gung ho in it or anything. Like, we're not on the server every single day, day in, day out or anything. We're just pottering at our leisure. At our leisure. I'm waiting for a few more days for Soul Mask 1.0 to release with their Egyptian DLC and map. So you'll definitely be seeing me play a bit of Soul Mask. I don't know. I might fire a server up for it. We'll see. We'll see how it runs. I'll do a test to run first, see that it's working, and that it's worth doing it. But yeah. But I like, as people that know me, hello. If you don't know me, my name's Lockabar. I play Hastur, head of one of the heads of Yam Corp. I like my cooking and my brewing and that, so I'm very focused on trade and those aspects of Atlas roleplay, and so I'm just kind of looking through all the bits and pieces, what I think are good, and what, in my opinion, could be tweaked, improved, altered to promote a bit better role playing, you know, with the various things. I've been playing a bit of Ark as well, so in the interest of maybe firing up an Ark roleplay server later in the year. So, and probably honestly when Tides of Fortune, when it launches. So having a bit of a dabble. There we go. Wait, what was it that needed oil? Oh, was this one? No? What did I need vegetable oil for? Pastry, wouldn't it? It'd be the pastry. That's what it must be. Yeah, so cheese, cooking sugar, butter, bone broth, flour, olive oil just in case we need it, and then we want our puff pastry and our short crust. I feel there was a reason I needed oil. Oh, there we go. The bacon. It's like, what the fuck do I need oil for then? It's like the bacon. So how's the vegetable oil? So we need some bones, culinary herbs, meat. All right. Okay. But yeah, no, that's good. As I said, it's the main thing is just catching up with peeps. You know, that's that good shit right there. Actually, I'm gonna grab all the herbs. I won't grab it. Yeah, no, I will. Maybe. No, I will. I will grab all the herbs. What am I talking about? Hell yeah, I will. We'll put them in the kitchen. All the veggies in here. Beautiful. But yeah, there's definitely seems to be a few people who've been playing, which is good. And some familiar faces for sure. Oh, shoot, I don't have too many berries. No. Grab those eggs though. Grab the veggies. I'll grab the fruit as well, actually. Grab the limes. Alright, we're not going to take that much meat. We're not going to slow fucking walk that shit. We're just going to... Actually, can I just... Wait, hold. Can I... trying to remember what my first person button is. Like, what is my first person button? Can I first person? I can't remember how to first person, really. Probably because my commands are completely balked. No, I don't know why my scroll wheel is not working in this game anymore. Yeah. Maybe we'll see if this works now that I've done it again. Perspective. Period. Okay. There we go. Yeah, no, in orbit cam it doesn't work. I don't know why. It used to. It's like, just long story short, it used to work. It stopped working. And it's not my scroll wheel, right? It's not like my scroll wheel has stopped. It works fine in everything else, right? No issue with it not working. So I don't know. Do not know. Unsure. Could I probably fix it somehow? Probably, right? Probably. Sure I could. We'll have a squeeze. Completely booked, right? Right, it's not just me. It says like it literally is that. Like it just it's like they're just not working now, and I don't know why. Do not know why. It's bloody weird. Bloody weird it is. It's a bit odd. How are you? How are you? Want to press to talk? Yeah. Yeah, see, I used to have it so that I could just scroll wheel in and out. But, no. No. Oh, can he? Oh, he can. He can. There we go. Marvelous. All right, we've got some semblance of things are indeed happening, which involves me getting this stuff in here. That is good. We like it. Beautiful. Not too bad. It was a sunny and warm, so I played outside for a little with pots and did some housework. Oh, how delightful. Bit of potting. There we go. How delightful. Day has been fine. I started a bit later than normal because I was wondering what I wanted to do. I won't lie, for a moment I got inspired because of your damn well your Stardew Valley shit, and I was like, I want to play Stardew Valley. And I was like, Maybe I'll start a Stardew Valley game up unmodded. I don't think I've even played through Stardew Valley normal, let alone anything. And then I'm like, no, last thing I need to do is start another fucking game. No, it's like anything. It's like, which, although I was also tempted with Planet Crafter, which for those who know, I did a playthrough of Planet Crafter and I loved it. Beautiful game, really cool. But they've got 2 DLCs, 2 other planets out, and a number of updates, and they just released their 2.0, which they did a nice little graphical update and added more decos and more bits and pieces and connectivity between their DLC planets, and I was like, oh. And here we are playing Atlas, because I was like, I want to at least see what the harvesting's like. I want to see what the cooking's like. I want to get my feedback on my thoughts and opinions on it all. So I was like, when in doubt, when in doubt, yar. We'll shut the door so we don't see it. Did you leave the animals a bit of meat? No, I kind of wanted them to starve. I feel we've been letting the animals kind of like rule the roost for a bit too long. But there is 5,000 meat still there left for her. She'll be right. Exactly. She'll be right. She'll be apples. So yeah, just had a look there. And Soul Mask has got their 1.0 release in a few more days. So I wanted to have a look at that. Have a look at... It's a day of just having a look at bits and pieces. Got a bit more 3D printing going. Now I've got to do the folders again. Maybe. Green veg. Veg. Fruit. Grain. Grain veg. Grain veg. Berries. Berry. Meat. These bags don't turn meat into jerky, right? I can't remember how they worked. I don't believe so. I guess we'll find out. I don't know. I don't know. I would say I don't care enough to really look deep into it or not, but maybe they do. Maybe they don't. We will find out. Oh, herb. But yeah, we'll find out if we within an hour or so have a very minimal amount of fresh meat and instead we have a lot of cooked meat. I would then ascertain that we're balked. It's fair, all of our meat and salt just jerked, exactly right. Like, but yeah, and then of course been playing around with a bit of Ark, still trying to feel, jumped on the island, had a bit of a play on that, just trying to work out what map I want to fire up for a test run. So I was going to fire up a test run and say you, Saz, and Des, and Sim, and a few others just kind of can jump on and just have a play around with the mods and see what you think. But I'm just working out what map I kind of want to do. Part of me always kind of like wants to just see the old faithful of the island, just because it's a good starting map, and it offers progression, which is nice. Not add dairy. We'll see. We'll see. Dairy. But yeah, I think the Stardew Valley thing also came from watching your kind of playthrough, but then also I watched, there was like a 10-year anniversary. Concerned Ape did his 10-year anniversary of over his Stardew Valley, kind of all the different iterations. And I was sitting there and I went, where the fuck was I even, where did I even get to? And I remember, I think I did a standard playthrough ages ago and didn't really get far. And then I remember playing a real heavily modded, like I got in the mod thing of it and I chucked a shitload of mods on and I did play it for a fair bit. But I don't think I've ever sat down and actually just played Stardew Valley or Nutral to completion. So I was like, oh. I know none of it, so I'm going for whatever you throw together. Yeah. I did find you like the cosmetic thing. That's something I found out. So building skins, a bit like Once Human. I didn't realize this was the case. So before, back in the day, when you build building pieces in Ark, fancy structures, you download the mod and build their pieces, right? Well, now they've done like just a skin thing for both costumes and buildings. And so now, for example, my Bob's Wild West pack comes with a bunch of Frontier skins, which I was able to you just basically grab the skin onto your toolbar and then you just literally look, you select which of the skin you want, and then you just go click and it just turns whatever the structure thing in front of you into that skin. And to remove it, you just click again. That's it. So, and the good thing is it doesn't matter the material under it. So for building bits that you don't care, they're not going to get destroyed. You can make them in like thatch. And then like I've got some thatch walls that I then turned into these beautiful glass walls, like modern or kind of almost country and western style glass saloon windows. Yeah. So really, you just need to build in the basic material and then you just skin everything. It was great, right? Like it was just brilliant. It was such a cool system. And I was like, God damn. Mm-hmm. So I think, and the other thing I think you'll really appreciate is that, same thing, the player, for things like cosmetics and decorative skins, the player chooses which ones they want, right? And so long as the server has a setting said, allow players cosmetics or whatever, right? What will happen is say you pick a building skin you like, right? You grab the mod from the mod workshop, right? Our server doesn't have it. When I walk near your building, I will load up enough of the mod to be able to see the skin. So I don't download the whole mod myself. It'll be just whatever the little thing is to go, now you can see their skin on their building. So it means the emphasis isn't on the server having to go, oh, these are all the mods you have to download. You can choose whatever the fuck you want to fucking well build in. So you go, I found a really good bunch of building shit. Mm-hmm. Right? So it's just really nice because the server owner doesn't have to stress about finding all the shit their players might want to do. And the player can choose. They can just at their leisure look through the mods and go, I want to build that. I want to build in that style. That looks excellent. Downloads them. Away you go. Yeah. Yeah. No, and like I said, I was having a dialogue about this before, the other day, and I'm making it apparent to people. It's not. I know whimsically seeing they just say shitting on Atlas, going rah, rah, Atlas bad or anything, but like I was saying on Zetron earlier, when he started the stream, is that I never thought you'd play Atlas again. I'm like, I didn't say that. It was just the game itself is superseded by a lot of other buildy survival games that just do all of this way better and far more enjoyable. But the roleplay aspect of it, which is applicable to any game that you can roleplay in, is the part that I enjoy. And I was just saying, it's like if you and me were just vibing, doing some shit on it, I probably wouldn't, because if I looked at it from I want to play a buildy survival game, there are just other buildy survival games that I would rather play as an actual game. 100%. Yeah, right? You know? So, and I was just offering today earlier, like just my opinions of the, say, a server settings and that which I think would promote and make things a bit better, at least for that. But there's only so much you can mod this game now. There's only so much you can change with the settings. Yeah. Well, I mean, the like realistically, the yes, I will cook something, everyone. The realistic thing is, and it came it came very apparent for me last night. On, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday when we were playing, right? Let's have a look here. Cook meat, onion. I am going to cook something, peeps. We're going to cook fish and chips. Fucking let's go. We can actually cook fish and we can cook stare into the abyss. It's fish and chips. Oh my god. Dare we dream? Dare we dream? Truly. Let's put this in here. Peas and salt. Peas? Why the fuck are you? Why are there peas and fish and chips? I mean, I know why. Mushy peas. Make mushy peas a separate thing then. What the fuck are there peas? Yeah, it's because of mushy peas, right? Like you'll have fish and chips with mushy peas, right? But you may as well make the mushy peas as an option, like with mayo and mayonnaise and that, right? In fact, you could make mushy peas, or you could make bloody the fish jizz, you know, bloody fucking the fish mayo. Why can't I think of what it's called at the moment? Bloody no, not caviar, but that is fish jizz. No, fucking the the mayo, the type of mayo that you use with fish and chips, fucking and fish. Bloody the condiments. I can't remember for some reason. Fuck. Oh, just give up. Give up at this point. I don't know. I am a condiment. I am a condiment. I think Tabasco peas, mate. So anyway. So yesterday when I was playing and we, you know, I need to go get crystal and that. And then I died to the tiger from halfway across the map and I'm looking for this stupid little bag on the ground. And all I could think of was, I'd rather be doing anything other than this, right? Like that was my, it was at that point, I was just like really sitting there going, this in no way is any form of entertainment to me. Like, this is literally like I could be doing anything other. I could be just sitting back at base watching you build, and it would be far better than running around on an island looking for a mystical bag that's somewhere in the ground. It's shit. Right? It's just like, this is shit. Like you know. It's just is what it is, right? And that to me, I think's synonymous with it all. Oh, where do we put that? That's to me synonymous with the experience now. And that's why I'm very quick to say to people, you know, oh, you don't like Atlas roleplay anymore? No, I enjoy role playing with people with Atlas, but then I also enjoy role playing with people in general on any game that you can role play. It just so happens that I enjoy having a good mechanics in the game that I'm role-playing on, because that gives me a bit of extra fun when I'm role-playing, right? Like I do like to have a game behind the role-play. That's the thing, right? If the game's really enjoyable and it has role-play, I'm like, fuck yeah. So crabby between me not being able to stream and deciding what to do, and you logged in just as I was stuffing food and feet. Beautiful. Let's talking about breeding. Oh boy, I love me some conversations about breeding. Tell me more. Tell me more, clown. Truly. We'll say it came straightforward to the front of the house. Turns out it's a glitch side of the square. Beautiful. But yet again, people have watched me stream and play both Atlas for a long time and other games know that it comes from a place of, like I said, I'm a straight shooter when it comes to the conversation about it. But in no way do I say or diminish what other people enjoy from their experience with Atlas or any game, right? Like, just because I might not enjoy X or blah blah blah, in no way infers ergo game bad for everyone, don't play, right? Like, I know there's shitloads of people that thoroughly still enjoy what, say, Atlas as a game offers them, right? And power to them, and good for them, right? Like, that's the blatant statement of it, right? But for me, you know, when I do get asked, well, it's like, you don't play Atlas as much, or you don't play this, you know, you don't seem as keen. And it's like, yeah, because of this, you know, like, because I do. And also the other thing, like, I play a lot of games, as those that know me. Like, I play a lot of games. I play a lot of survival building games. And so it's a time management thing for me. Like, and I feel Atlas takes a lot of my time when I play it and doesn't give me back anywhere near the value to me for that time commitment, right? And that's really all it is, right? Now, if I've got, say, Saz or Sim or someone around me and yakking with me and that, then obviously it's different, because there's the conversational side of it and just having fun with my peeps. But if it was just me, if it was just me on my own, literally, so I do want just, I don't, it'd be really no, nah, probably not. No. Test size squared before committing to a large foundation, truly. Now that's what I'm talking about. Now slow that down by another 5 times, right? That's what I'm talking about. Make it that all food takes a long time to cook. Yeah? Yep. Hell yeah. If you could make a burning mechanic where that if you didn't then collect your food within a time, it burnt, I'd put it in. 100%. I want kitchen people, cooks, to be in their kitchen when they're cooking. I want them to be chopping on a board. I want them to be doing some of those games that are like, you know, cook together and that, right? That would be the dream. I want people to be, if you're role-playing a chef, I want you in your kitchen, running over here, chopping that up, boiling your potatoes, doing that, doing a thing. Excellent. Finally, I made a plate of food, right? I want it that if you say I've made 30 meals today, you sat there for a couple of in-game hours role-playing as a cook. That's what I want. All the crafting time, good. Good. Because we want long crafting times. We want specialization. We want players to feel rewarded for speccing as a thing. Like I said earlier, this needs to stop. Stop making it that farm plots literally you can harvest every 10 minutes once they're ready. That's silly. It's stupid. It's horrible. Let's make farming a thing that takes some time and rewards you for the fact that you've role played as a fucking farmer, harvesting and tending your crops. And in return, people will be like, why is there grass all grown over our plots? Oh, for the love of God. The show when I made the hair potion and didn't turn the craft was half done. It was good, yeah. And that's what I was saying too, yet again, that farms would take up... No. So, yet again. There's checks and balances on it, like I was saying before. They wouldn't, because what you do, it's real simple. I mean, this is my opinion, real simple. like I said, one, you make it that the growth time does take hours, right? That to get any crop, you do have to shovel it, not like an option. Even if you fail the minigame, you've got to do it 3 times for it to get any crops out of it, which means your farmer in your company or you have to actually do that, which means you're not going to do half an island, are you? Most farmers do this shit 100 plots because they don't have to do shit. If you make companies actually have to manipulate their objects, you won't see mega farms. There'll be some, and you know who will do it? The people that actually want to roleplay as a fucking farmer. Right? The companies that actually want to spend the time and effort roleplaying that shit. How many times do you eat in a day? I eat twice a day, if but 3. That's it. Do you mean in Atlas times? Do you mean in Atlas? Right. So yet again, pretty simple ways of dealing with this. Now I should say, when I say simple, I'm not saying that I'm a master modder and I don't know yet the tweaking. Like I don't think you're here earlier. This is what I profess as a start. All right. This is my big brain move for it right off the bat. The vitamin system itself isn't probably going to get modded out because I would guess it is bullshit to do so. If it had have been able to, people would have done it already. Right? Right? I think we'll agree. The vitamin system isn't going anywhere. What you could do is this, right off the bat. Make this, something like this, the vitamin depletion rate and the overeating torpor, right? This here. See how this is something you put points into? Don't. Give the maximum thing at a 0 cost to every new player. So right off the bat, every new player has 30% overeating torpor minus and minus 30% depletion rate. Right off the bat, that slows down all of that vitamin and food bullshit by 30% for the cost of free for every single player. That means they're not going to have to eat food as much, nor worry about their vitamins as much. The other thing you can do is tweak with the food items to make sure that there is options that do the balancing out reasonably early game. Yeah. Problem solved. I mean, honestly, problem solved. Making it so you don't have to eat as much is not a problem. That's easy. That isn't even fully modded or anything. That's easily done. But in terms of, so what I'm saying is in terms of making the, I was earlier talking about making specializations feel worth it in a roleplay setting, right? Making it so if you choose to be a farmer or a blacksmith or whatever, that you're rewarded for your choice, and for your time that you put into it. And I don't think people should have mega farms, right? I don't, unless they make sure that they've got the infrastructure and ability to do it, right? So if you slow down the pacing of it all, then it reduces that kind of activity, and it makes it a bit better for smaller traders and harvesters and farmers. But yeah, but having it so that one crop plot can be harvested every 10 minutes, that's silly, utterly silly. It devalues food. It devalues trade for food. It devalues roleplay for food in general, right? That all this does is make it that anyone can very quickly get a lot of food in barrels and never have to trade with anyone for it, and are able to make all the food they would ever need. And what's the point of that on a roleplay server? Does it have fishing nets for ships? I don't know. It'd be cool. Yet again, fish, it'd be cool if you... can you imagine? I mean, in my opinion, fishing net doesn't need bait. You just activate it. It slows your ship down, but you just, you know, trawl up. I mean, I've seen mods with similar thing, but you just have a chance of getting fish and lobster, whatever, you know, like in your net as you move your ship. That'd be cool. Make farmers come to builders. Realize if builds under the building, like, why do I have to learn farming to hammer together? Well, yeah, right. So there's so many ways you could do these things, right? Like, yet again, I was saying earlier that... So my general fix was for a couple of things was this. One, make everyone get full overeating, torpor, and vitamin depletion max for free. Every character. Everyone gets that for free when you first make a character to just offset the stupid vitamin system and food system, right? So right off the bat, that alleviates a fair chunk of early game pressure before people start making food that actually fills you up better than that. Secondly, as I hinted at, and I believe this is only because their first season they're playing around with ideas, but you make it that each player is able to get a melee weapon of a choice, a ranged weapon of choice, some basic survival skills and food and bits and pieces, and then they have the ability to specialize into, at the most, 2 things. I personally would go 1, as in like here, have a final tier thing, which is impactful. Make it impactful. An example that I was offering. Yet again, this is modded. This is just ideas, right? Just ideas. But making it a farming, right? A farming master were the only ones that actually could make irrigated crop plots, for example, right? And have it so that this tier doesn't cost much of any skill, so it allows players to just kind of pick up quite a few of the essentials, especially if they're solo. Any intermediate tier offers buffs, and those buffs do cost a bit more of a commitment. So if you do commit to lots of trees, you'll only be able to do a certain amount of trees. Third tier, the final kind of buffs and usually some specialized stuff, right? If you're down here, you are really making it that you are only going to be doing that to a number of skills. They are your main study. This here, a specialization, should be, as I said, a lot of your points and should offer a really big bang for your buck for deciding to do so, but you're able to do some things that would make people seek you out to do it. A good example, like I said, was that make it so that, you know, crafters, blacksmiths just have the final kind of equipment they can make, but they can repair things really quick. They can craft things really fast, right? Make it so that early tier stuff costs more resources and takes ages to do. And as you go down, you reduce the cost of resources and make it faster for you to do, right? So a beginner forger, most people can do this basic stuff, right? But it'll take way more resources and time than a master blacksmith, right? A master blacksmith can do it 1/10 of the resources and 1/10 of the time. So you would seek out a master blacksmith if you could, right? So many buildable decorators in the Dark Side mod where you either have to chase around after cooks and tavern decor. Yeah. The other thing is don't make drops in the sea, right? I mean, real talk. Don't. If you want to make your blacksmiths and crafters feel good, don't let players find shit in crates in the sea, right? You know what you do let you find? Blueprints. You know what those blueprints, who can use them? The people that craft that shit. and the higher tiers can only be crafted by the higher tier, you know, the crafters. Wouldn't that be a treat? Imagine that. You can't just find a fucking purple sword in a crate. You have to find a master blacksmith who is the only person that can make that shit, right? So that gives them a reason to feel they've specialized, but it doesn't stop a beginner making a sword. They just can't. But I want to make a good sword. Well, become a fucking master blacksmith then, or buy it off someone, right? Like, that's my argument to it, right? Same with food. You know, food's easy enough. You know, low tier food, anyone can mainly make it, and it takes a lot more resources than fucking around time wise. But if you want that good shit, find a master chef that takes the time to fucking do all that, right? Reward the player for their roleplay specialization decision. Shitty basics get by until we come across nation. Exactly. And a bloody good day on the high seas. How are you, matey? How are you? Just having... Well, probably just hit an ad, didn't you? No. Yes. It's probably ads now. Nope, good. No, there they are. There they are. Some of that good food, exactly. there it is. There it is, the ad. Arr. Fuck it. Onion puff pastry. We need some milk. Dar. Wait, why the fuck is spicy roll just cooked meat? It should be fish. It's fucking sushi. Why the fuck is it cooked meat? Bruh. 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 Fuck's sake. You had one job. Bro. I mean, it does say made with meat, I suppose. I suppose it's a tartare sushi. Mmm. Tartare sushi. Fucking amazing. No, bread. Flour. Wheat. Need wheat. Oh, wait till the ad's finished. But anyway. Cooking sugar, eh? Cooking sugar. Right, the ads are finished. Delicious. But yeah. But yeah, as I said, I have got a lot of thoughts and opinions as to things you could do to tweak around and alter things up. But at the end of the day, also it is what it is, right? Like I've said very very much. It's all up to what servers decide to do, you know, with their thing. And if I ever wanted to do something, and I've said I've looked into, it's like, well, why don't you run your own Atlas server and, you know, do some of these things? Like, it just costs a lot, right? Like, it's just ridiculous the amount of money, in my opinion, to run a decently sized Atlas server. I mean, you don't need a big. I mean, even when you say you don't need a big server, but even just a small enough grids to still warrant doing it, it's a pretty heavy investment, that is for sure. And I personally would rather invest my money on, like, you know, doing a clustered Arc server or something, or something else. So mad props to the people that do it. What did I come here for? What was I looking for? I do like the grass going through the crop. No, I mean, I do like the models, some of the models of the plants, though. At least they're pretty cool. So let's have a time here. So yeah, I think it's every 10 minutes or so, right? There we go. Need irrigation and all that. I thought at first I thought that was a Chocobo. Then I was like, is that a big fucking cobra? Then I'm like, no, it's a fucking elephant just bobbing in the water. That's pretty funny. Let's get a fucking free cow. Don't worry about it. But yeah. So yeah, as I said, it'll be interesting to see what kind of comes about with it. And ostrich, cobra, elephants, yeah, pretty much. I've made some fish and chips. That's great. Oh dear. Look at that, beautiful. Fish and chips. Aussie meat pie, onion. That's right, puff pastry, short crust pastry. Because we could have made the Old Faithful, right? Where's the Old Faithful? Bloody There it is, the old pork pie. Which is kind of funny, right? The irony is not lost on me that the Aussie pie, like, luxury has all this puff pastry and short crust. I don't know why there's two types of pastry either. That's weird, but anyway. And this has no pastry. The pork pie is just like, nah, it's fucking. So definitively, this is the easier thing to make. If you were min-maxing, this would be the safe bet. As you only need pork, of which you get 20,000 by killing in one boar, plenty of culinary herbs, which is just literally anything you probably find on an island. Flour is probably the only one because of wheat. I had not found any wheat seeds, nor had traded for wheat. But, oh, well, that's why I picked the harder one. Like, that's why I picked the one that was more bullshit, right? For sure. So wheat. Oh, I don't know. Have you installed the Arc yet? You've just got it, haven't you? You haven't installed it yet. It is a commitment. Is the Arc installation? That's for sure. Why pink salt? I mean, why pink salt? Wait, why pink salt? Why salt? Like, actually, real talk here. Why the fuck is bacon being cooked? I don't. Who the fuck puts bacon, salt on their bacon? Like, it's already pretty fucking salty. I mean, I suppose to cure it? That's just weird. Why pink salt too? Can't it just be normal salt? Why does it have to be pink salt? Why? You installed it last night? Yeah, nice. Good. Yeah, I mean, right? All right, devil's advocate. All right, we'll make this. Oh shit, the smoker. That's what we need to do. It needs to be the fancy salt. See, look, real talk also, right? All right, real talk. As someone that's cooked a lot in a lot of these games, right? There's a fine balance between the kitchen sinking the fuck out of your recipes, right, and having fuck all, right? Make it still make sense, right? Like if you are going to do a lot of custom food, get your peeps. And as I said, I'm saying this respectfully, get your peeps, especially the ones, and get some feedback from a bunch of sources and try to get your food into, like, yes, your categories which you have, but then work in some level of reasonable semblance of what makes sense with the recipes, right? Like pink salt would be better for, like, specialized ingredients. Keep that for the specialized, way high tier food or something, right? That's fine then, right? Food that gives a buff, food that gives multiple vitamins, yeah, make it so that they are convoluted, right? That you have to get a bunch of things to make, right? And a bunch of processes, no problem there. But for standard foods, just try to keep them together in certain categories of ingredients so that it makes sense. Yeah. Please. It's a weird one with recipes. It's always like that with cooking food. It's one or the other. It's either there's fuck all food options, or it's just stupid amounts and they're all over the show with ingredients. Right, like, there are ways around it. Materials. I needed... Oh, that's right. I need to go up here. There is one more thing I'm going to do today. It's to make a smoking station. And to do that, we need metal. I need 100 metal. Intermediate, primary, second. Okay. What do we have? Do we have cobalt? Oh, well, I guess I can just look. Right, that's what I can do. I can just look. I want to see what the smoker is. See, that's another thing that you can get specialization. You have it so that the basic baked goods can be done in a very small campfire or whatever, but the better foods with buffs can only be used in a baker's oven, and that baker's oven can only be used by, and have the recipes by, an actual, you know, specialized chef or something. Otherwise, anyone else can't fucking use it. Doesn't do shit for it. Material bench, right? Maybe. Just metal. I suppose we got iron. Cobalt. And then coal, right? Alright, we got plenty of coal. Okay. Now I want to see at least what this smokehouse is. Like what is smokehouse, right? What I'm going to do is place it, quickly look into its inventory, and then pick it back up and put it there. So it's composed. Yeah, I feel I personally have no problem having a forge separate from an alchemy station, definitely. In fact, I would go as far as to say, yet again, as part of someone that likes different objects, I think, yet again, you could have the basic mortar and pestle to make your basic stuff at a weight. See, this is another way you could make skills matter. You can make it that your mortar and pestle people can make, and it allows most people to make preserving salt and other bits and pieces, but at a very high cost, and it takes a long time to craft it, right? And then you have your upgrade, you know, for the alchemy station. So that's the upgrade for people who've put points into alchemy and shit, which means that they can do that shit, but at a far reduced cost and a lot faster, and their alchemy shit on it, right? You know what I mean? Same with a smelter. You could have like a minor forge thing that could allow players to make ingots at, yet again, a higher cost and takes longer. And you can't do some of the specialized stuff. And then you have the proper forge or furnace, which does allow you to do things a lot quicker, and some of the more higher tier materials and bits and bobs, right? Like I feel that's a way you could do the making you feel better as a specialization, is that you get to play with the better tools, which allows you to in turn make stuff more efficiently. And I feel that could be done across the board with most of the professions, right? You have low tier shit that most people might be able to pick up and do to get by, but it's not efficient. And then you have that mid or high tier stuff, which is very efficient and specialized, but only for people that have gone into that as an actual profession. I think that'd be cool. Boat builders. You know what I also think, boat builders? Hear me out. You're going to love this as a non-boat builder, but someone to bring it back to realism, to bring it back to to what I've been saying about all the other things. Boat builders, hear me out. What if you can only carry one fucking plank at a time because they're fucking big and they're heavy? What do you reckon? But you can use carts and shit to carry a few more than one. Oh shit, hot take. Hot take, holy fuck. Having weight and factored into things like cannonballs and all sorts of shit. Oh, isn't that dirty? Imagine. Says like, don't you fucking say anything about building. Don't you fucking say anything. It's like, don't you fucking say that. Let's worm online that shit. But I mean, jokes aside, I still, part of me is, no, yeah, I get it, right? There's just a balance. There's a balance that's needed between still feeling like you can do things. It's not full struggle street, but you've got to offset that with making some level of interactivity to, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like there's definitely, that is the balancing act. I do think that carrying half a ship on your person slow walking is stupid, right? Like I think that's ridiculous. But yet again, if there were ways to offset that, actually, I think this is my point. It's all about specialization, right? You as a builder would be a master builder, right? As a profession. So what I would say is that leads into what I'm saying is you would gain buffs and abilities to carry a lot of materials and blah, 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 right? Because that's your whole point. You are a master builder, ergo, you get those tricks of the trade, right? You can make building material lighter, whatever the fuck the fantasy of it is. The point is you have the knack to be able to do it, right? But if you are not, then it does take you time, right? It does take a bit of effort. Something to eat you. Why would anything eat me, clown? How dare? Why would anything want? I mean, I know Hastur is a snack. That is fair. Truly. He is the snackiest of snacks. Yeah, so that's how you just be a master builder. That's why you have them separated, right? I mean, your master builder has the ability to carry building materials with ease. Master shipwright has the ability to carry ship with ease, right? It's simple. And then the argument, but I don't want to have to be a master shipwright to be able to carry 50 planks on me. Suck it. So, like, sorry, but tough shit. Cobalt. All right. Anyway, don't fear not anyone that listens into this either now or if they watch a bit of a VOD of this. Fear not, I am not in control of this server nor any other server. Most of you will be able to be happy in the knowledge that you'll be able to get 500,000 crops within an hour and 20 billion resources, and you'll be able to make the finest of galleons within a day or two and breed all the animals and have full high tier max level shit in a couple of days, and then be wondering why there is a lack of roleplay interaction. Truly. So look, yeah, there we go. Yeah, and that's what I mean. As I said, I just find that's just ridiculous, right? That where there is no onus on roleplay or any feeling of job specialization with that, which is even worse because you can speed this up with. I could actually put points into how much we get and how quick I do it, right? Yeah, but I mean, yet again, I could max out, and we could be. Yeah, I mean, at least it's not 200, but I mean, honestly. I mean, I've got one plant. I've got one crop plot in, you know. Fucking elephants. Anyway. But yes, as I said, fear not, everyone. I am not in any form of control of any of this, right? So you don't have to worry. Things will more than likely be exactly as they've been on most servers since time immemorial, and nothing much will probably change. But I'm giving people a heads up as if I did run an Atlas server, that's what you'd get to look forward to. All right, that is definitely what people would have to look forward to if I was running a server. That is for sure. And as I said, I can't stress enough. I still appreciate people's time they have to play, and you don't want to make it struggle street. Like there's all sorts of balancing acts with it based on how long the server's going to go for, what you're trying to get out of the server. There's a lot more to it, but at its basic, I still would like to encourage more roleplay, immersive roleplayer via jobs and professions by making things just take a smidge more time and a smidge more effort, and really focus on specializations over anyone can do everything and will do everything. Had to turn the ambient sound load off. The constant stomping and drafts of doing it. Yeah, I don't have in-game sound effects on whatsoever. It's like, no. Hell no. Do. It's alright. I embrace the sweet taste of death. She'll be right, mate. She will be right, mate. Truly. Did you find crystal? No, did we find crystal? Oh, we found crystal. Oh, did we find crystal? Yes. Yeah, found crystal. Hit a couple of crystal rocks. Boom, 10,000 crystal. Now we don't need any crystal. Job done. Job done. Fucking cobalt, mate. Why? Sure, let's do it. Yeah. I don't think you're going to go through 10,000 crystal in a hurry. I feel you'll fuck server performance up with mirrors, with glass windows before you will use all that. And even then, yet again, it took all of, you know, sweet and fuck all. I mean, hell, even worse if I went over there with what, a rhino or something and just hit a rock and it'd be 10,000 almost. Yeah. Like I said, my stuff comes from a lot of things like Worm Online and stuff. For sure. Yeah. I never thought 10k. I mean, I know that 10k thatch is, I mean, it uses 50, you know, concept, it's 50 thatch per fertilizer, right? So, you know, 10 for 500, 100 fertilization is 100 fertilizers 5,000. So, you know, that's only 200 fertilizer, which is a fair bit if you have a manageable, normal size farm. But no, I know 10k. But the thing is, right, it's all context, though, isn't it? It's still, I was still right in saying that, though, just running up and hitting a log, still netting 250 to 400, and that's without any gathering points. It points into gathering. And the moment you get a giraffe, that goes from 500 to, you know, whack a few trees and you're getting thousands, right? So it's... I mean, most of my observation just comes from trade companies and stuff, right? As we know, it's yet again, if you need to facilitate trade between companies, you've got to give companies a reason as to why their time and effort and shit is something as a commodity for others to utilize. Yes, it is annoying for builders and shipwrights and that to not have all the resources to just do their building at their leisure. But yet again, in a roleplay server where the whole point is finding people that then are willing to have that time and effort and energy to do so and to ship things to you, which in turn allows pirates to have the chance to pirate some of the resources. Not all, but you know what I mean? Like then it becomes, it trickles on, right? Like if you make it that resources are harder to get, then it means that companies will be trading with you and you'll want to trade with people for those excess resources you yourself can't be bothered to get or can't get, which means then the traders then have to be careful because pirates might pirate some of those resources. And I'm a firm advocate that pirates should be allowed and should, without being called out as shitters or anything, steal some resources. Like if resources can be gathered so yet again, so long as it's within rules, you know, they're not taking everything blanket. If they're allowed to take their fill that they can carry and blah blah blah. No trading company should be annoyed that a pirate has caught up with them and stolen 10,000 thatch or 5,000 metal, right? If your trade company is literally in one shipment, you're doing 50k of it, in no way should you have the privilege of giving shit to pirates for daring to add some roleplay piracy and take some of your precious shitter resources that you can easily get, right? Like, but if you make it so it is a bit more difficult, at least it adds a sense of weight and thought behind your shipping, and I don't know, it trickles on, right? There's a whole bunch of trickle-on effects with it all. If you make resources easy to get en masse, the negative trickling down of it all, in my opinion, impacts roleplay heavily. Yeah. You don't think they have it cranked? I mean, I think that can be lowered. Like as I said, for a game that has animals, that's the whole thing is animals can help your gathering, right? I think you should be limited at the start at a slower pace by hand harvesting, unless hear me out, you do have, which there are skills which increase how much you gather and can carry, right? Because yet again, that allows some people to spec more into harvesters, and they can then hire their services out because they will be able to get more shit for people, right? You know what I mean? It's and as I said, it's a fine balance, obviously. Yeah, and I get that, right? I mean, and I appreciate that, but in turn, that means that there should be then an expectation it will be slower then, or you trade with people that can be fucked to do so, right? Like it just promotes trade, right? Oh, here comes our shipment of 30,000 wood, right? It took them a while to generate, and it was a thing, right? You know what I mean? Like, awesome. Now that's enough to do a whole bunch of building or shipwriting or whatever, right? You know what I mean? Like I still think it adds more value than it does being taken away. So, in my humble opinion. And as I said, obviously I say this because, I appreciate X amount of people do X amount of things as their passion and enjoyment, right? So for builders, having a lock bar sit there going, I think resources should be lower to start with, is not a value add for a locker bar to say. It's like, well, fuck you, locker bar. Like, I want to be able to build my shit without having to fucking deal with stuff, and I get it. But at the same time, like I said, there's a balance of we're on a lower pop server. Yeah. I mean, yeah, yet again, there's a lot of things to take in, right? We're in a lower pop. Yeah, true. But then, so that leads that leads into the conversation I was saying earlier, right? Of if it gets to that point where it's a lower pop, to the point where you need to be able to do all the shit yourself at a faster rate and that, right? What are you actually doing it for at that point? Like, you almost may as well just play single player with a bunch of friends and creative mode, or something, right? You know what I mean? Like if it gets to that point, then yeah, it's like, because then the role play aspect of skills in that is just so far, just so reduced. It's just redundant at that point then, right? What are you doing it for, right? And mix in with the fact, I see Atlas has the additional issue, right? So this is fine on a lot of other games, but Atlas has the biggest issue of all, which is simply there's fucking water that you've got to sail across to get to other people. And on a server then that has not many people on it, now you've got to spend time just sailing to get to places to, right? Like, then it's compounded by the fact that if the population's small, even just X amount of grids is a hike. Like, it's time then. So yeah, that's fascinating. As I said, you know, some of my hot takes are more based on the role play, and as I said, I get that. I'm not assuming that my opinions are the correct ones on it. They are purely my opinions based on my own experiences on roleplay and bits and pieces and things that I personally probably would like to see more. And yes, in an ideal situation, right? I could counter this fact of, I think sometimes what creates lower population servers is people finding that they can quickly do things and get bored. And especially for civilians, when they go then to realize they can't trade much because everyone's got shit, then they stop playing, and that creates a low pop server. Devil's argument, right? There's there, right? If there aren't civilians around for pirates to pirate, if they're, you know what I mean? Like, what does it end up being? You know, like just pirates finding navy and a few civilians kind of doing kind of almost solo animal breeding and collecting of flotsam. You know, Simulator 3000. Certainly, it's not an easy fix, and I need to stress that enough to people. It's I don't have the genie in the bottle thing of it. Trade's just an easy excuse for roleplay. That's really interesting me personally. I don't think it needs to be the be-all for guns. We did roleplaying for Red Dead without trade. Yeah. The thing Red Dead has, yet again, is it's a small map. And you don't have to, you can get from one end to the other in, 15 minutes? 15 minutes, right? I don't know. Whatever it is. I don't know if I can time it. But it's not long, right? You can get from one end of the map to the other, which means you can get to places to hang out and roleplay with. Whereas with Atlas, you don't have that luxury. You either have people that you know on the island that you can just talk to, in which case then you just end up with a very closed circuit of roleplay, or you sail a lot hoping to God that some of the people will be around, or you hang out at your base and you just kind of like pretty much just do base management shit, right? In which case, yet again, the argument's like, well, could you not do that better just with your own, you know what I mean? You just fire up your own personal server or a friend server or something. Or you build up a place that people actually want to come to, which we've done in the past. I mean, 100%, right? I mean, yeah. Comes a known hub. Yeah, true. I mean, these are all very valid and true points, right? I mean, as you know, says, I'm a firm believer in making something out of literally nothing, right? So that certainly isn't the issue. But then again, I mean, I think to a fair point though, we did the chocobo thing, and I was really proud of what we did with that. And we didn't get yes, we got a few people rock up. Bless you all, by the way. If anyone is here or watches the VOD that turned up to our shipwreck chocobo races each week, you're the true MVPs. Like, we appreciate the ones that did come over and hang out, right? I mean, true, but then there was a bunch of people that literally just went, fuck that noise, right, and then just sailed the seas looking for PvP combat, and then complained about the lack of roleplay. So, you know. Which was also a smaller pop, right? So, so what's the issue here? So far, the issue has been smaller pops. Even Darkside technically ends up being a smaller pop very quickly. And I know those who play Darkside will, you know, especially Navy, bloody, will always leap up and be like, there are 10,000 people that were playing each week or something. But, you know, most of us know just from looking at literally Atlas maps and shit that, you know, after the first week, the numbers drop from an okay amount of people to an all right amount of people. And then week 3 to 4, it's a normal amount of people, and then week 5 onwards, it's sure. It's just X amount of groups. Can't fix that one with harvesting amounts. I mean, you can, because yet again, it means people are kind of on the hunt for things in bits and pieces. I still definitely feel that making things feel more rewarding with effort outweighs just creative moding it. The height of Atlas roleplayers in the past, yeah. Truly. Also, I can't stress enough, and I mean, I think, you know, it says, I can't stress enough here, I'm not an advocate of blanket everything being struggle street from day one and not getting better. The advocating is more of making that it is a slower pace to start with, and that via specialization of both tools and skills, you have people bit by bit be able to get more quantities of things and refine things faster, right? Like, I think that's my point, right? I'm a believer in things going on a nice curve of like struggle street, but slowly going up and up with benefit, right? Like, I you know, maybe I didn't explain it. Maybe I was incorrect in the way I said it, right? I don't want to feel like everything, no matter how far it progressed, is struggle street. But I feel that if you make it that everything's easy street right off the bat, for a game that, especially for a game that is about, it does have a healthy system for trade and crafting, and it's a role play. Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, good news. No server seems to want to actually slow things down anyway, right? So good news is there's always going to be a chef that'll make 5,000 fish and chips within an hour. There's always going to be cannoneers that make 20 billion cannonballs in 3 seconds, right? And there'll always be mega farms that have 500 plots and have more tomatoes than they know what to do with. Sadly, for me anyway, that's just truth. It isn't going anywhere. That is the thing that apparently is enjoyed, but I still feel that that's what creates a lot of dead. For, as I say, for Civ life, that's why you get a lot of big mega marts that end up just being, they have a builder that builds a lot of shit, and then they get a big mega farm up. They have crafters of everything. They splurge up their inventory. And then when they realise that they've got everything and other people are doing the same, they just bit by bit kind of stop playing. So how many of those 100? Beautiful. Yeah, and yet again, I don't have a magic pill for it, but I still, from my experience, and that's my own, just in terms of what I've seen myself and entertained, I just yet again feel that it's because everyone, if you give everyone the ability to do everything en masse, then nothing is special, and everyone's just does the same, and therefore people get lackluster with it. It's just like you. I've seen it myself, as you have. It's the same old story. You can literally write a playbook of exactly what happens from week 1 to week 8, right? Like almost a fucking Mothman prophecy of that shit, of how it usually pans out. Yeah. So, yet again, though, I hard agree, but that's my point. So the games, you've still got to have game mechanics. So there's that fine balance, right? It's like we've said about with our Red Deading. There's a fine balance between having game mechanics and stripping the game mechanics out. Red Dead was a good example of that, right? I think you agree with that. Where it got the game mechanics side got nerfed so heavily that people start losing interest because literally the game itself was stripped out, right? Yeah. But it's still nice to have. It's still nice to have value to what you do, even in the frivolity. That's I guess that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I still with our frivolous shit, I still feel good if I've went to the effort of doing some things to offer to people. It's not that what's the word for it? You know what I mean? Like when we did the cooking fresh food for people shit, right? I'd go off and sail and get a small amount of resources and come back to the kitchen. I would cook food up for people when they would arrive, right? That's awesome, right? Like I love that because it still made me go do things to then feel like I've offered them something which I felt good about. Like I put time into it, right? Like it I still felt good that I put time into the props to offer Profess the roleplay with, right? But going up to a place and going, I'm looking for a small bushel of your finest tomatoes and roleplay, and all you get half the time is just, oh yeah, our farmers just put in another 50 garden plots. How many do you need? I think we've got about 8,000 of them. You know what I mean? Like it's just, it's like, whereas you go out to some people who have a small little farm and it took them time to make the tomatoes, grow the tomatoes. I just feel you get a bit more of an emphasis on the role play from both parties then, because you all appreciate that you've still spent a smidge of mechanical time on the role play time, especially if a game has mechanics, right? I mean, it isn't theatre of the mind per se. I guess we'll never know. But I do know that if people are given the ability to just run rampant with production of things and that, they will, many of them. And then, as I said, you get the situations where you remember when we went to that trade fair and I tried to sell the dream to a couple of a group, our wonderful abyssal fish and chips and meaty pies, and the person just stone cold just went, oh no, I've got what was it, 10,000 fish and chips in a barrel, and didn't say any more, just stared at me, and I'm like, oh fuck me, right? Like that's the thing. If you if that's what happens, right? Like what if at least there was a balancing on the ability of time and took, either they wouldn't have even done it, right? Like, but I feel that the people then that want to do things like breeding or cooking or blacksmithing, the ones that do want to do it for the sake of roleplay, that they've put that effort into it, are the ones that would actually do it then, right? But the people like that, they wouldn't touch that shit with a 10-foot barge pole, right? Because it isn't about the role playing for them. It's clicking a button and making sure that their company has everything they need, right? So I do feel that restricting some things does actually dial that in a bit. I mean, if you don't have restrictions, I think you've got to have some level of restrictions and balancing on a roleplay server, right? Like, otherwise, I mean, you imagine if you just put it on creative mode. I mean, how would that go? If they just went, all right, this server's, you just got creative mode. You can just do whatever you want. Holy shit. I know the builders and shipwrights would be like, fuck yeah. Like, Jesus, yeah. Wait, what am I looking for? Hello? Do I not have a... Oh, crafting. I was wondering where the fucking crafting was. Yeah, I know. Oh, I'm just enjoying the conversation of it all. That's good. Like I said, I don't feel any of the things I would like to see in Atlas roleplay are ever going to be. So they are pure mirth and whimsy on my behalf. But it was a bit like the Red Dead thing, right? Like where they nerfed the fuck out of so there's a balancing act. Yet again, they nerfed the shit out of the trade professions because people are making a bit too much money. It's like, well, we'll give people reasons to spend money then. Right? Like at least the players were having fun doing jobs, right? Like they were fun. They were fishermen, they were lumberjacks, they were mining. Like why they were giving life to the world by doing, but they were grinding. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? What's the onus of a player? Like, you don't get to tell a player, you shouldn't get to tell a player, hey, you know what you're doing? What you're doing it wrong. You've hit that rock for way too long. You're just trying to make money. Yes, I'm a gold panner. Yes, I am trying to make money in this profession. I will add to that concept. If they're grinding for 3+ hours and they get interaction from other people and they refuse it, definitely, right? Like that's the caveat, right? That's the true caveat here. If they are presented roleplay and they turn it down to just do mechanic, 100%. If every time they get roleplay opportunities, they stop what they're doing and roleplay in a really, in whatever manner it is, who gives a shit, but they roleplay and offer the other player an acknowledgement of their person and some actual time, who gives a shit? Then they can go back to hitting that rock, right? There should be money sinks. Simple as that. And that's I can guarantee that is why the population dipped there. Yes, the population's whatever, but you can tell where a lot of things dropped off was when bit by bit people kind of got restricted as to the activities they could do. And that's a lot different than what I'm talking about balancing, right? Because I'm not talking about making it that there can't be, you know, a shipwright can only build one ship a day on Atlas, right? A builder is only, Saz, you've been grinding that house building a bit too much. I've noticed you put up 30 walls today. You're going to have to slow that down, please. right? Like I feel that you are building a bit too, hardcore. More role play, please. More role play. So you're right. Doing a job can be aspect of character game that if folks are avoiding. Yeah, that's all it is people avoiding and refusing role play, which some of them were doing in government jobs and other things anyway, right? Which some people were doing anyway that weren't grinding up materials and doing jobs and stuff like that. And especially with a game, especially in a game that is a smaller map and that you have only got Smook, that you've only got X amount of things to do, right? And for a game that is about, in a way, homesteading and all these things, the mechanics kind of are important and job vocations are kind of important. And it frustrates me when some people self-purportedly explain to you why they think that's not good role play, or you know what I mean? And it goes back to that original thing I've said where it's a shame that nerds, me included, come from a background where we were ostracized to fuck and we did a lot of our nerdy shit to make ourselves find our people and celebrate our nerdy shit. It's sad that now it's come full circle and now a lot of nerds are bullies and are pretty much the same, almost as jocks and arseholes that made people feel bad about role playing and shit, right? Like that's my hot take. I feel some ironically don't understand that they have become the jock bully arseholes that made role players' lives a bit of a misery by purporting that they are fucking good role players. And it's the same in the D&D world. It's the same with all of it. Blah blah. It came from people thinking go in the critical role and shit. It's quick caveat, I don't think the critical role people think they're fucking hot shit and fucking all that, and that they're just professional fucking voice actors and performers and improv people that do a fucking good job of it. And I do say that with actual respect for them. But yeah, like seeing every video of just like nerds calling out nerds, it's a fucking shame. And it's a shame in roleplay servers. Elitism. Yeah. And like I've said before, it's not to say that there shouldn't be rule sets for roleplay. Of course there fucking should. There should be an expectation of your server or whatever you're doing, whatever the game is, of a certain thing, right? Of course you should. You need that. You need some structure. And it is also, it is up to the server owners and players on general of how they want that to be, especially the server owners. But you're going to get called out by me any day and a few people that if that's the way you go, right? Like, it's... I'm just going to put this down. How long have we got to pick it up? Oh, is this a no timer? Oh my god, it's a no timer item. Oh my god. What does it do? Right. All of them should be a no timer item. But yeah, that's where I get very with it. And I did feel that bit by bit. I mean, you know. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, like I was watching the kind of general vibe of how the server's going, and it is like that. Like it's more and more becoming very, don't do this, we need you to do this, do better, don't do this, like kind of just like adults trying to lecture adults and over things that in my opinion are not things that should be concerned with. And I think it's really brought the whole vibe for the majority of people kind of down. I feel it's definitely been tailored now more for a small group of people than the original intent of it. But Yeah, elitism can go fuck itself. It's like that. It's like that thing of, you know, people going like, "Oh, you play unofficial." Oh, it's like, get fucked out of here. You know, if there are plenty of people who played on official that are great role players and just great people in general. Fuck off with that attitude. There's a lot more role players I've met that they're more of a fuckwit than PvPers. That's for sure. just being a role player doesn't give you a badge that you're some sort of fucking far better, superior, more eloquent motherfucker. That's for sure. All right, so we got this. What do we? what's it do? What's the go? What's it do? Oh, it's got wood in it. It's cool. Is it the wood it needs? I don't know. So maybe it needs oil. Probably needs oil. Eloquent motherfucker. Exactly. But yeah, I mean, you know. Yeah, I don't know. NAFTA. NAFTA will be up here. Right. I did actually have a look too of the yeah, no, that's all right. Oh, right, yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, it was also rather telling. I had a look. There was a whole bunch of the housing businesses up for grabs again, right? And am I looking at the right thing? Right. Oh, the main area. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Yeah. I get what you mean. Yeah, and I noticed there was a shitload. They just hadn't. Most of them didn't even have anyone kind of applying for them. It's like, well, yeah. Yeah, if I write up a 30-page proper real-world business document, you know, advocating exactly what I would do in a proper business setting in a historically accurate environment, you know, like, or I could not, right? I don't. Fuck me. Oil in the smoker. Yeah, I just don't feel like doing a fantasy business plan at the moment. Oh. Oh, well. What does it do? I mean, I get... Oh, hang on. I know. No, I think it's wood. I think it's wood. I will check coal anyway. Sure. No, it is definitely wood. What I think, I just need to put the meat in there and it will probably smoke it. I guess. We'll see. Probably. Oil. I just put naphtha in there. And that didn't work. No, it's fish oil? That's wood. Yeah, it's wood. Yeah, let's see if I get some meat. It might work once. You know what I mean? Actually get some meat in there or something. I don't know. This is my specialization of being a chef. Cool. Well, that's So, am I missing something? What's smoke? Yeah, smokehouse. Yeah. Is there? This is like what? What can I do with smokehousing? I mean, I thought I could smoke some meats. Opening up the crafting section? I mean, probably. Oh, shit. Yeah. Did I not have the crafting section? What crafting section? There is no crafting section. There is none. Oh, no, there we go. Oh, look it. Right side toggle. No, it doesn't. It has made meat into cooked meat. I'm gonna go back to sleep in a moment. Fire up. Is that the sum total of my specialization? I can make a slower campfire, right? Like that is that's my specialized 100 ingots cooking mastery. Is a it's a smokehouse. Hang on. Hear me out. What if I'm hoping this is the only thing that's going to make that good is if it turns pork into jerky, roast pork without having to do shit, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's right. That's what I'm going with, right? It's the only thing. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Hey, I hope you're all well anyway. I hope you've all been rocking along. Thanks to those who popped in and out, listening to my TED talk on role playing and server settings, sasberating me as a builder over my hot takes, and me molding over smokehouses. Here we go. It's nice. Oh. Dar, fucking marvelous that is, isn't it? Your other side of the coin is simple, Saz. Your other side is simple. I'm a builder and I like creative mode and I don't like gathering resources. That's it, right? That's your argument. It's as simple. It's always has been. It's I don't like collecting resources. I just like to build the ends, which is fair, right? Just fair and valid. But that is your driving force. You just want to build when you play these games, right? You do not play these games to immerse yourself in the wonder of game mechanics outside of building shit. So, you know, I get it. 100%. Do you know what? That's why I feel you'll be happy to know when we do a bit of Arc, you'll have admin, and as admin, you get creative mode. How good's that? How good's that? You can fucking fly around, you can wank around, you can avoid any level of gameplay outside of being able to just build and do shit, right? So we'll have something nice to up and see yapping on a beach, right? Build started. Oh, that's my other thing. Oh, here we go. Here's a bugbear of mine with Arc servers, right? You say that, right? And eco as well, right? You know, the worst thing I've found that'll happen is, bless the server owners, right? Whatever server it is, especially Arc did it a lot with a lot of servers. They build an entire fucking starting area where you can buy dinos, you can buy shit. In essence, you can literally just avoid playing the fucking game. Right? It's like, here everyone, we've built everything for you. And it's like, but why? It's a good idea in theory, but you've now built a hub with everything. And literally made everyone's trade and everything fucking up its ass. But see, Ark's so easy. That's what I'm saying. It's not hard to get any of it. Usually what it is, and I say this respectfully, what happens usually with it, it's just simply the server owners, some of them are builders, and they just want to build, but they don't want to do it in solo mode. So they just go, here's my big fucking base thing. It's also the social hub. It's like, bro. Eco does the same. Eco's worse because Eco's all about setting things up from day one organically. So any server that goes, hey guys, we've literally set up everything, including government and money. It's like, well, you've just taken 90% of the game away from the players. Bravo. What is left to do in the game? Like, oh, we don't want to trust players with the chaos that comes from free thought. Like, they might do stuff that is odd that they enjoy. Social hubs get people away from the bases. Hear me out. People can make social hubs, you know, how we do, right? That's how it works. Places become social hubs. Come on, how many taverns and inns are in these games, right? Like, come on, don't be like that. How many places have a tavern or inn? Oh, what do you build? Oh, we're building a tavern. It's going to be the best tavern on the seas or the land or the volcano, or whatever it is. 3 weeks later, no one's in there. Okay, well, that's the smokehouse. Well, that was... Okay, so it really is. It's just a slow... They never advertise if they're never staffed, right? But that goes with most games, right? It is a nicer campfire. That's it. That doesn't make charcoal. It's quicker. I think it... Wait, is it quicker? Yeah, I think it's quicker. Oh, that's just garbage. No offense, but that's shit. All right, just summing it up there. That there, shit. Sorry, not sorry. That's hot garbage. That isn't 100 ingots and shit and an alchemy station worth of and specializing into cooking. Now hear me out. You know what would be good is having a specialized baker's oven, a specialized stove, and a specialized brewing thing as part... Oh my god. See, I've done any work for you. Hear me out. The baking, brewing, grilling, cooking mastery, you get one of each of those things as an object that allows you to make one special item from each thing that has buffs or some shit. And I don't know, it has a large water capacity, something, right? Right, hear me out. Yeah, they tell me that's a good idea, right? Right, specialized baker's oven, distillation thing, and a stove, right? An upgrade, as one might say, which allows you to make a couple of items that only a cooking master can make on those, but otherwise makes the rest of this shit faster or more efficient. Which means you could dial back, as I said, my original envisionment of making it so these do take longer, these take a bit less longer, these take a normal amount, and now you're cooking with gas. Yes. Delightful. But it's interesting in conversations, especially when Moon says how about things, because it comes from we have two different perspectives on things. Like I'm more the slower paced mechanical side of things with these kind of buildy sandbox kind of games, and says definitely more the wants to get in there and actually kind of just get that shit done thing. And I think both are equally right. Right, you know what I mean? Like they both have their times, they both have their places. And I think most of us agree the balancing act is the trick. Yeah, right? The numbers is the trick, for sure. Oh, I said the numbers. The fucking numbers, the trick. Sure. I thought that said jam on soap for a moment. I don't know why I still thought that was jam on soap, but sure, why not? It's like some sort of weird cooking dyslexia or something. Jam on soap. Marvellous. I reckon if Hastur cooked jam on soap, lots of people would eat jam on soap. Too many days without a bath will do that to a guy. Look, thank you very much. Delightful. And I like this too. We have a real abyssal type of thing happening here, which is good. I like that. I like how terrifying the ocean actually is, right? I like the fact in reality there is things like that where there's just little cliffs of beach and then it just goes down into darkness, right? I think I always appreciate the true majesty. For someone that loves Eldritch terror and esoteric Lovecraftian horror, I will be the first to say I hate the actual ocean, right? Like I might love it in theory, but in practice, if you just jumped me in the middle of the ocean and went, there you go, I would be quite terrified, and not in a good way. I would hate that. That would be horrible. I have no... I like talking about it on the safety of not being in that situation. You're chasing tuna and got eaten by a shark? Cruising around in a sub is a trip, truly. Out of nowhere? Jaws? Right. Truly. Why have I got all these limes on me? This is pretty funny. There's probably a reason for it. I think I was going to like make limeade or something. Oh, cooking sugars. That's right. Oh shit, cooking sugars. Yeah, and they just needed sap, I think. That's right. I felt today's journey was I at least wanted to cook and make a few things, right? To be honest, today's little Atlas thing was purely born out of I wanted to see what the plants and all that type of thing was, and now I have gum. It's not just gum. It's a people. It's fantastic. Do I use the gum? We will. We'll make some fat jacks. Let's go. The deep sea stuff in Atlas is great. I haven't touched any of it. See, I appreciate that you say that the deep sea stuff in Atlas is great. Is it? Are we both on different mindsets about what the deep sea in Atlas is? What are you talking about, the Atlantis shit? Like the stuff that's half the time never used by anyone? Because outside of the Atlantis shit, all it is darkness, then a pretty dry seafloor, and the odd shipwreck that's half the time bugged. And the odd whale or shark. Or squid. I mean, I suppose it's alright. It's got some coral and shit. Yeah. I mean, look, honestly, true, right? True. The Atlantis stuff's really cool, right? And I think in Ark, you'll you'll enjoy and also hate the joy and wonder of Ark's water. Like the Arcocene and the caves and that are actually really pretty, really beautiful. Got ruins in them and shit. It's actually quite lovely. What isn't lovely are all the jellyfish, electric eels, krakens, mosasaurus, plesiosauruses, giant rockfish, literally everything in the ocean that wants to fucking rip you a new one. But, you know, like, good thing we don't have to go in the... Oh, wait, we do, to get the artifacts. Anyway. But yeah, you can build underwater, though. You can build underwater bases and shit. So then you can see the primal terrors just outside your force field and hope that the force field stays up, right? Like, oh, look, death creatures just above my head while I'm sleeping. This is nice. Oh, yeah, 100%. That's why you get yourself a bigger, nastier dino to swim on, right? And you are the apex predator. That's how it works, right? That's how it works. Truly. Or maybe it isn't. Oh, maybe it's actually in the cooking match. Oh, dipshit. Thankfully, some of the mods will have on the server alleviate a lot of pressure with that. And also you don't have to, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things of, yes, fighting the bosses and bits you need. Yes, you want better. I mean, there is a reason for it, definitely, right? But the common gameplay of it all that isn't like a higher level needing to be the breeder tamer type thing, right? It's not too bad though. It's actually pretty cool. There's a lot of different ways to do it. It isn't bad to do it, right? Like it is quite emergent to gameplay. Don't tell Death that, but I actually don't mind breeding and taming dinos in Ark. Like it's pretty cool. The mods I have with it. Oh, you already get it, right? Like yeah, I've got the mod, but even the basic thing you end up getting basically cryopods, right? Which you can actually ball your dinos up. But I've got a mod which does it a bit better as well. And you can actually put them on pedestals and shit, and it'll actually show holographic displays of them, and you can choose whether it shows the stats or not. You know, it's pretty cool. Well, it's actually pretty fun. Oh no! You've got literally even base Arc now has the cryo freezer, which literally you put cryopods that you have with your dinos in, right? You sock them in and it can hold up to a whole bunch of them. Sorry, be right back. All the fun and wonder of Walkabout just staring at a cooking thing. That's right, I just went and fed the cats. Diego was at the fucking window and I was like looking, so I checked out the front, brought in a garbage bin. Charlie was like, oh shit, hello. So Diego and Charlie both going, so about that food shit. And I'm like, oh, it's not even near dinner time for you, but oh fuck it, let's just get you fed now. Sugar. So yeah. Cooking sugar. Saps. Hell yeah, let's go. Good thing is we get gum. It is, but you know, fuck it, it's okay. Doesn't matter that they get fed an hour or so, a bit an hour and a half early. It's all fine. She'll be apples. But yeah, you know, Ark definitely has a lot of convenience when it comes to a lot of bits and pieces and all that. For sure. all the sugar. Done. All right. So I don't know why I just put that sugar there because... Ah, water. Ugh. Only piping wasn't cursed, right? Piping's never exactly the best, is it? Truly. And the other thing I was saying too, the other reason obviously I'm being whimsical about this all too with Atlas is just the blunt thing of this is their first season thing of just testing. Mate, how are you, buddy? How are you? What are you up to? What's the go, mate? How have you been? Yeah, like I do not want to put full time and effort into something of which is not going to be around for long, right? Right, and it's going to be tested with mods and shit like that, right? You know what I mean? So I've just figured to play around with some ideas, get my feedback in place as to what the go is, and for the SAS to just have a little play and build and see what the go is with it. But that's hence why we're not mega committed to any grandiose anythings at the moment with it all. Yeah, exactly. One more week to go on nights and I'm back to your day shift. Yeah, good one. Hope it's all been treating you well. You have a solid idea of what your next base will be though? Yeah, good. Good. The biggest mega mart ever. 500 crop plots, 12 shipyards, every single craftsperson that there is a profession for, 24 hours a day, non-stop. If you think you should go to another company, if you've heard of other companies that do a lot, it's like you have not and cannot even imagine. You won't need to visit anyone else. We will have all amenities on our company island that once you're there, it'll be like Bucky's meets Las Vegas or some shit. It'll be the Las Vegas Bucky's or something. It'll be mixed with one of those Amish food halls. You won't need to go anywhere. There is zero reason to go anywhere. Don't go anywhere, right? Take your membership card. Take it. Yes. Right? It's like that IKEA SCP thing. Bargains. 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 Get your bargains now. Get them. Dar indeed. There we go. I've made some limeade. Bargains. Threatening. Right. Truly. Join the Navy. You can fight some pirates. Join the Navy. You can fight pirates. Join the Navy. You can take narcotics. Join the Navy. Join the Navy. Truly. But yeah, we've just been vibing a bit today. A very casual, just more of a conversey type of thing. You know, gotta do our stream. You know, gotta do our cheeky stream. So here we are doing a cheeky stream. Dar, we have no barley. That's funny actually. We have no barley, isn't it? There we go. I've got some limeade. Oh, that's pretty good, isn't it? Fucking marvelous that is. Actually, I wonder if... Interesting. Let's see. We fished up from Flotsam, that's it. Didn't we? No, we didn't. We didn't. So that time is 2:58. Yeah, okay, so it does work. 105. Yeah, okay, so it does, that's actually good though, at least. At least the wine barrel can hold drinks, right? That's a winner. Now does the pantry match the barrel? Let us see. Let us see. Oh shit, the wine rack. I didn't see that actually. Oh. 258. Yeah, it's only deep. Which is fine though, because the wine bottles usually don't have a timer on them if it's the same mod. Right. So yeah, usually this is good for literal bottles. Yeah, right. Right. I mean, generally because it does store wine, right? Like, Don't even know if you can make bottles of wine or not. Oh, you can make wine. Just grab some water. Yeah, we do. I'll have a little check to see what the... Get some berries. Actually, I can't reach water from there. We do have a lot of grapes. Yes. How about like kind of doing that toasted peanut? How are we, mate? How are we? How was your stream? How's your adventures been? How are we all? Welcome to Hastur and Miss Eden just slum it on GG. How are we all? Just about to make some wine. We've actually got a tiny bit of food and beverage finally. Yapping with Locke, right? Truly. Hope you're all having a good morning, afternoon, and or evening, wherever you all are. I hope you've thoroughly enjoyed the glory and majesty of Peanut and their amazing adventures. Straight from the tid, right, Mr. Hastur? Oh my goodness. The manticore of the nipple. He has not milked the manticore yet. No, the manticore has not been. And Navy raid. Good to see Hastur and GGRP. Wow. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Navy. I'm sorry any of you Dark Side Navy people that we've at Yamcorp had tried desperately to poison over the last season after season. But we will do better, all right? We will do better. We will do our best. Truly. Smoochies. It is the 100% safe and legal TM alternative to Dragon's Tongue Delight. Continue to poisoning? Exactly. What poisoning, right? What poisoning? What are we even talking about? Truly. What narcotics? How's the Navy going? How's the adventures going with it all? Like I was saying earlier today, we're just pottering around because it's kind of a first season testing thing that they're doing here at GG. We're just seeing what the mods are like, what general ideas are, you know, see if there's any feedback that we have from it. So we're not gung-ho for Yamcorp for this season 1. We're just pottering. If for season 2 that it's all kind of finalised and mods and bits and pieces fixed and all that, then we'll probably definitely get a bit more oomph into the proceedings of Yamcorp. But at the moment, we're pretty. I mean, Miss Eden sums it up right there. She's just sleeping on the floor, and Hastur's just in the kitchen, just cooking up some bits and bobs. So that's Yamcorp or GG in a nutshell at the moment. Navy's been fun. I've really enjoyed it. Looking forward to a future seat. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, it's all a balancing act, like I was saying before. It's all a balancing act, just getting things kind of a nice balance for the PvP and the trade and civilian life and all that type of stuff. Making sure mods work, making sure all the bits and pieces function. You did put in 8. I'm not saying you didn't put in time. I'm just conferring that by you sleeping there on the floor at the moment, that sums up kind of Yamcorp's Las Flair, or whatever it's called. Savu Flair. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about at this point. Just go with it. It's fine. Consumables. But yeah. I mean, look, it's like anything, right? It's the main thing I was saying earlier is it's nice to see vodka. It's nice to see various familiar faces, and it's good to know that people that have been hanging out for a bit of Atlas have found that. Yeah, jumped on it. You all jumped on it like ravenous dogs, ripping it up, going for it with great fervour and delight. Love it. Love it. Maybe one day we'll do a pirate season. One day. Maybe. Never know. But at the moment, we're making wine. It's like, yar, indeed. Oh my god, Hastur's got hair. Fuck. This is awkward, isn't it? But we may, just this is an Atlas thing, but I've been testing around a few ideas. We might do a Ark roleplay server later in the year. Nothing grandiose, don't get me wrong. It's not like hundreds of the top tierest fucking, you know, vibes ever or anything, but indeed, if we do get the Ark roleplay server up, we'll put a little feeler out for a few people that might be interested in a bit of roleplay on a bit of Ark, maybe with the you know, Tales of Fortune update where they basically add Atlas into Ark. You know, I'm just saying, anyone that is not disposed to the concept of coming back home to Ark to play Atlas like it should have been, you'll be welcome. In all fairness, you would make a great pirate. Dar, I appreciate you. Weird dead man. I appreciate you indeed. Thank you. I feel for Hastur what I've tempted to want to lend Hastur out to a few pirate companies just to be their spokesperson, right? Like just to be on the, just do the talking, like, dar, hello there, welcome. Well, this here is me and my friends. We're going to come aboard your vessel and have a quick look to see what bits and bobs you've got there now. Forget, my name's Hastur, and this here's the Blah Company, and if you don't mind, such and such, and Billy Bob's going to jump on board the vessel here, and we'll have a talk. How have you been? What have you been up to this fine day anyway? If you don't mind opening that door there too, well, that's good there. Your mate's looking a bit aggro there, so you might want to tell him to just quieten down a bit, or else we're just going to throw him off to the sharks. Oh, that's good, that is. Excellent. Oh, well, he's off with the sharks now. Anyway, right? I very much would like to entertain the concept of hanging out with some pirates, just doing their talking while they're getting robbed, right? 100%. Offer up some business proposals using our official Yamcorp business proposal delivery system. Yeah, truly. What's that? You don't want 50 bottles of Manticore Nipple? I'm afraid that is not on the table. You are going to have 50 bottles of Manticore Nipple, and we are going to take the appropriate payment for said 50 bottles of Manticore Nipple. Yes. Truly. See, this is where I'm at. I enjoy this. This makes me happy. I like seeing a really long crafting time on things like drinks and that makes me happy. So fucking happy. That's delicious. That's delightful. Because then when you've got a bunch of like wine to give to people, you know it's good, right? Like they've taken some time just fucking around with it. All right, so if we get that. Oh, no, but it's not a bottle of wine. So is that still going to spoil? Oh, so the wine rack is going to be useless unless we get a bottle of wine. Ugh. Oh, that's shitty. I want a bottle of wine. I don't want a glass of wine. Maybe there is. Maybe I didn't see it. Maybe there is indeed a bottle of wine that has no spoil timer on it. Maybe. TM? Hopefully? Let's have a look. Alcoholic. I mean, to be fair though, it doesn't actually show. Hang on, it does actually show a glass. So let's see. This bottle of vodka, is this going to be a bottle? I hope it is. Oh yeah, so you can actually make the rosé, is that end up being a bottle of it? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. We're going to be having a look also, speaking of survival building games, for those who haven't seen it, Soul Mask, which is pretty cool, in my opinion, a different kind of buildy survival game. in the vein of a kind of mixture of Conan meets Ark, in a way, TM. It's pretty cool. I played it on and off. But anyway, they've got their 1.0 release in a few days' time. They've got their big Egyptian map coming out, and Egyptian floating sky, Egyptian-themed sky boats, and she's very Stargatey almost, actually. So we're going to be having a look at that on the, well, it's a few days, the 11th or so. For those that don't know, I very much like my roleplay, but I also very much like my survival buildy games. Hell, I like games in general, but survival buildy type things. Yeah, like it is. Like they're basically, it's just these big anti-grav Egyptian kind of boats, right? Like it's very, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Like you love Stargate, right? 100%. Stargate represent, right? That was good. Ah, those were back in the days. Back in the days of good sci-fi. The ancient days. There were some good shit. Was it Warehouse 13? Was it Warehouse 13? Eureka. Oh, fuck. Eureka. That is a fucking excellent TV series. That was that good shit. Mm-hmm. Do you remember when Sci-Fi Channel actually made sci-fi? Right. What was the other one? Fucking where it was they were not Paradise. The trying to rescue all the creatures and stuff like that, all the mythical creatures and that, and keeping them in their place or whatever, trying to protect them. Oh fuck, I really should remember the name of them. No, but Primeval was fucking excellent too. No. Sanctuary? Was it Sanctuary? I feel like it was Sanctuary, right? Sanctuary TV. Yeah. Sanctuary. Yeah, Dr. Helen Magnus. Protecting the cryptids. That was fucking awesome. I love Sanctuary. Yeah. But Primeval was good too. That was a shame. It's so good. Fuck, I want to go on a bender and watch all of them now. Do you know they're doing I don't know what they're doing here, but there's rumors they're going to be rebooting or doing a new thing of Grimm. And I was like, okay. I mean, it ended pretty good. I think a continuation of Grimm would be alright, but I don't know about a why do you need to reboot? Right? Like what do you need to reboot with Grimm? It told a good story from start to finish. Stargate got greenlit for a fourth. Fucking let's go. Oh shit, yeah, alright. I feel bad for all the I feel bad for all the Firefly peeps. But kind of, in that everyone, oh my god, is the time come? Are we actually going to get a new season? It's like, well, kind of. It's animated. It's like, oh, damn. Right? It's like, I mean, still, but, oh, damn. Oh. You'll take it. I think all Firefly fans are like that, to be honest, right? Like, I feel just take that scraps, right? Like, that's right. We'll just take it. Fuck it. Right? 100%. As someone that watched a bit of Firefly and it was fine. I'm sorry. I mean, I know this is a hot day. It's like fight me, bro, or anything, right? But it was fine. I'm definitely not of the demographic of like, holy shit, best sci-fi ever. But I liked it. And the actors are great. Like, I mean, it was good. It was good. I do feel sad that they got fucked around so bad with the seasons. I think it needed a few more seasons and it would have been mint. But I'll still take sci-fi shows like that over garbage any day, like Ghost Hunters or something, right? But yeah, if you haven't seen Warehouse 13, do so. Oh, that was great. Beautiful one. Enjoy yourself, Peanut. Always appreciate it. Check Peanut out when they go live next. Good people. Good people. Yeah, Farscape was good. The last 2 seasons were fucking totally fever dreamy. The Expanse, as I said, fucking love The Expanse. Fucking marvelous. Cheers, Sabs. Yeah, The Expanse is one of my top tier ones. I thoroughly love that. So Warehouse 13. Oh, I mean, it's redundant when you go, oh, you should, right? But it is. That'll be a good one for you to just kick back and watch, right? They're solid AF. I loved Andromeda. Unfortunately, some people might not like the actor anymore because he went off the deep end and became a bit weird. It's one of those type of things where it's like, oh, Hercules, like, it's a shame. Yeah, I loved Andromeda. I fucking loved Andromeda and Hercules and Xena. That era of things. Xena, Hercules, Andromeda. Oh, fuck yeah. But sadly, he got a big conspiracy theory and a bit. It's like, well, but you know, actors, am I right? You know, I mean, unfortunately, it's one of those things of TV show was good, actor not so much. I mean, Hercules, I think, was equally as good as Xena. I think they're both, you know, they're both campy, great, rollicking bullshit, right? They were just, and I mean, they're both the same companies. They basically cross-pollinated their actors, right? Like the actors dipped in and out of each other's. I mean, it was Farscape. You know, all of them at the time, all did cameos. There's a whole list of them that worked on, you know, oh, I know that actor, right, on on any sci-fi show or something, fantasy thing at the time. Oh, and I do like how long the alcohol take. Keep that. Keep the ages to do alcohol, please, and thank you. Yes, but give us a distillation thing. Give us a distillation thing. And for spirits, and give us the brewery thing for non-spirits that are alcoholic, like ales and that. And then make it that specialised brewers and cooks and that can wangle, that actually get access to that. In fact, there we go. There's the money shot right there, actually. That's something you can get as a master brewer or something, is you do get the distillation thing, which allows you to brew the finest of bullshit and that. Hot beefcake women over beefcake man. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I'll take them all. Any port in a storm. Fucking any tavern in a fantasy setting. Let's fucking go. Ads are going to start in 50 seconds. Just beefcake. Truly. Which is Hastur's built the way he is. Exactly. Hastur's the true envision of what the locker bar could be if he was way taller and younger and fit. Yes. If genetically if he had his genetics tampered with on a dramatic level, that would be exactly that. Right on the money. Truly. Exercise. Ooh. The only type of exercise I like is Daley Thompson's decathlon. Anyone that's old will get that reference. She'll be right. Daley Thompson's decathlon. Fucking that's a while. Fucking the old Atari and shit. The Atari joystick. It's the only other time like you could get like blister in the middle of your fucking palm. Fucking playing an Atari. Just a cheeky little Atlas cooking stream, everyone, in chat. Well, ads are doing their thing anyway, aren't they? Alright, they chop his hair. Times it. What time is it? Let's see who's streaming at the moment too. Just when I wrap up, we can do the needful and procure some of us individuals over yon. Do 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 do. Oh, Dro's doing a bit of Atlas. Good. Oh. Zombie gelatin. Oh, zombies doing his thing too. Actually, we could have a bomb over to Zombie. Wait till the ads are finished and then we'll do that. Because otherwise, I'm just cooking up some wine and literally nattering away. Which for those that enjoy nattering away with Locker Bar, well done. You've come to the right place. But if you're looking for some quality, fully sick Atlas roleplay or pirate adventures or building a ship, that's all building in general. That's or breeding animals or whatever the enjoyment du jour of entertainment on Atlas roleplay is. It is not that we have made a bottle of vodka and it has a fucking timer on it. No, does that work? Please tell me at least it works in this. It's not going to, is it? Nah. All right. That's one big feature that needs to be changed. So is this either the somehow make the bottle rack act like a preserving bin, or remove the timers off alcohols. One or the other, please, and thanks. There we go. I don't have to look at the impropriety of my seed and just fucking cooked completely, just laying there going, oh. Right. Truly. I'm sure Miss Eden will love this beautiful bottle of rosé. Probably won't. Should probably want to flavour it with some spite and venom or something. Spite and venom flavoured. Delicious. Dar, hello. Welcome to Yam Shack. How can I take your order? Schmurflison has to fart in his sleep. Dar, indeed. That's fair enough. You don't have to hear me fart. Okay. And now I don't have to hear Miss Eden fucking like snort and snuffle. Okay. Be good. Ah, yes, a lovely view of Stucco Catwalk. Fucking, yes. Stucco Catwalk. The finest. But yeah, we've got a number of bits and pieces for those of you that have popped in and out throughout the day. As you know, I'm an old Eldrick Australian being. I usually stream 3 days a week. For those that knew when I used to stream 7 days a week and 10 plus hours, I don't do that really anymore. We stream Wednesdays, Fridays and Sundays, Aussie time. Well, by Aussie time, I mean American kind of usually times my morning through to around now these days. But I usually do a bunch of survival building games, a bit of role play. Kind of whatever the hell I want to stream these days, actually, to be honest. But, you know, anyone is always welcome to pop in for a chat or a vibe. You're always welcome. Given she sleeps with dagger in hand, I'm sure she's fine. And Thrash, probably Thrash is in her sleep. I would say so. Sure, that's why she sleeps with a dagger. Noted. Glorious. Fantastic. Marvelous. There we go. There we go. Sneaky bowl of rosé for Miss Eden. It's probably going to go off, actually. Yeah. In theory, that was a nice idea, Hastur. In theory, though, that's probably just going to actually... Oh, no, that's... One day... Oh, fuck, I'm just going to put in the fucking thing. Don't wake the sleeper. Right, exactly. Truly. There we go. But yeah, as I said, we'll be having a little look at a couple of things like Ark and... but yeah, definitely Soul Mask in a few days' time. I don't know whether by my next stream, Soul Mask 1.0, that's... it'd be my Sunday stream. I think my Sunday stream is when Soul Mask will be out and available, so we might fire up a server or something for that, for a smidge. Have a little squizzicle. All right, get a bit more water jars here. And then I've got some 3D printing. I've been printing out a printable scenery. For those that don't know, I like my war games and board games and card games. And I do 3D printing, both resin and FDM. And so I've just been doing some FDM printing, which I do more FDM than I do resin now, honestly. I haven't touched the resin printing for nearly a year now. And my health is far better for it, I feel. Not coughing as much, which is nice. But yeah, the FDM printing, I've been printing out printable sceneries, ruined city terrain for a bit of wargaming. I usually do one-page rules, which is a fantastic roleplay, fantastic wargaming system for the low cost of pretty fuck all. So I've just been getting through the catalogue of that. There was a number of buildings, so I've nearly nearly printed them. I'm printing out a water mill at the moment. I'll do when I get them all out. I'll do a little video showcase of them or something, or I'll get the phone out and show what I've done so far. They're all sitting on the back of the table at the moment, but just finishing off the water wheel, and then I think I've got, what have I got? 1, 2. I think I've only got a couple of buildings left, and we're done. I've got a tenement building to do, and then a cemetery, and a bunch of walls and shit, and then I've printed out the whole collection. The whole collection only cost me, it was on sale, I think it was $75 or something, for the STLs, which are the files that I use to put into the 3D printer to print. So $75 for all the, it's like 1, 2, 3, 12 buildings, 13 buildings. It's a full cityscape. And then filament wise, it costs me, so I usually get 1 kilogram of filament of Bamboo Labs PLA basic for about, I buy it in bulk of about 6 wheels of it. So I get $17.50. Say $18 with a bit of shipping. So $18 a kilogram. And I would say that I basically do about a building, 4, 6, a building and a half with a kilogram. So I've probably gone through about, I'll probably go through about 6 kilograms to print out the whole town. Now, I mean, okay, so that's what, $120. So all up, it probably cost me $120 for the filament, and then $75 for the STLs. So let's just say $200. So it cost me $200 to print out like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 like 3 to 4 story big 32mm wargaming terrain. To put into context, GW for one of those houses would sell you one of those buildings for probably $200, right? So $150 or some shit, right? So perspective, right? You know, even $100, right? $100 a building, so it's a third of the price doing it myself for that. So that's been a good bit of fun. So we'll showcase off a bit of that. That is for sure. But with that, I reckon I'm going to fumble around with the raiding, and we're going to raid, see if zombie gelatin's still rocking around. Yeah, I'm a bit hungry. Let's have a look. There we go. Zombie gelatin. Saying a big gaze. They're playing Reese Rosen. Reese Rosen. Delicious. Yeah, nice one. All right. So, before I do so, thanks everyone that's popped in and out today. Thank you for the peeps that have raided and brought your peeps in and over, just watching me and listen to me yak away. As I said, we're just being pretty chill here on GG with old Yamcorp, me and Miss Eden over there, Hastur and Eden. But if we do run into you, we look forward to it. And I do look forward to a season 2, which is a bit more robust. And they've got all the bits and pieces kind of sorted with it, yeah. But yeah, that's it. I hope you all have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, and or evening. And I will start this raid for zombie, yeah? Oh, we're unable to raid zombie. Why is that? The zombie just finished up or what? Oh, looks like zombie has no rating on. Maybe. That's fine. That's okay. We'll respect that. So we'll raid someone else. Right. We'll raid Drax, I guess then. I don't know what that, but just I went to raid and said, oh, you cannot raid the something, some Twitch message. Whatever. So let's go Drow. All right, cool. All right, I'll talk to you all soon. Send a big Yamcorp yes to Drow. and is playing Walter Stevens. And I shall see you all in a few days' time. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you all. All right? Yes. Night.